Okay, it's my turn.
Yeah.
I think it's the word.
All right, so we'll go ahead and get the STED meeting started. We'll have roll call. Mayor.
Paulette
Do you
Butterfly,
want me to read this first?
yes. But
So this will call our State Tribal Economic Development Commission meeting for May 1, 2026 to order. Montana Department of Commerce records the meetings electronically and will serve as official meeting minutes. If you're attending virtually, please raise your hand if you're called upon. Please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak. Explain any acronyms that may be used in the discussion. If you're referring to a document, state the document name. The recording will not be edited, cut, or altered in any manner. The use of any AI note-taking, transcription, or summarization tools is not permitted at today's meeting by any attendee, including members of the public. This restriction is in place until the state adopts formal policies governing the use of AI note-taking, transcription, or summarization at public meetings of state boards, commissions, and councils. Thank you for your cooperation. Now we'll have roll call.
Paulette Butterfly. Ted Whitford Senior,
Present.
Greg Dumontier,
Here.
Yolanda Holtor,
Here.
Delina Custhero. Here. Bryce Kirk is not here. Gerald Gregg,
Here.
Melissa Lone Bear is not here. Misty Cool is not here. Mark Blaisdell. I see he's online.
Okay.
Marta Bertolio. She's also online.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, so we have a quorum. Next we'll have an opening prayer. Sure.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. Lord Creator, we thank you for this beautiful day, and we just ask that you watch over and bless each and every one here that's in attendance today with safe travels, health, and good thoughts. Give us the strength to make good decisions in the best interests of our people, and we thank you. Amen.
Okay, just want to welcome everybody to the Little Shells Family Building. We opened it up at the end of February, so probably about our fourth meeting in here. Worked well. We had issues with the Zoom today. I don't know, maybe it's the state computer, but so we're on the owl, but it'll all work out good. So I just want to welcome everybody, and then we'll go ahead and move into a public comment on non-agenda items. I think we have one. Yeah. Ava?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Avery Hughes with Central Montana Tourism. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invite, Rochelle. Just to give a little bit of context, Central Montana Tourism is a regional organization, and we exist to help support tourism within our region. Central Montana, as defined by the state of Montana, just so you know where I'm talking about, kind of runs from the Canadian border up near Sunburst, down to Hard Butte, along the Rocky Mountain front to Cascade, then almost in a straight line to White Silver Springs, Harlowton, up to Petroleum County, and then to Fort Belknap and the Canadian border to the left of there. So a fairly large region. We mostly are looking to market and promote tourism, and we don't own any of the attractions, we don't own any businesses, we don't own any of the stories, but we're always looking for ideas or anyone that would like support. And as part of that, the Montana Governor's Conference on Tourism is coming to Great Falls on September 16th through the 18th. And it's a pretty standard conference for one of the days where there are workshops and breakout sessions. But then another day is a full day of regional tours in central Montana. And these tours are highlighting tourism kind of related businesses or attractions or success stories. And I'm not running the conference, but I have been asked to help put together one of these kind of tours of the region. And this tour, I was asked to find places and ideas and stories, the Rocky Boy, Box Elder, Havre area. And I was wondering if you guys have any ideas or suggestions for stories or individuals or businesses that might could be highlighted or might appreciate being highlighted on this tour.
So that would be, Commissioner Whitford, who's
Okay.
online, might have some ideas for sure.
Okay. And I can give my contact information in chat. You know, we could follow up afterwards, but
So you cover then three tribes, or four tribes.
4 tribes, yes.
Yes.
Yep, yep, and I know.
Promote us well,
Sorry, what's that?
said promote us well.
Yes, and if there are any things, you know, that you would like us to promote or things that are going on right now, let us know. I try to stay on top of everything as much as possible, but the large region. So Commissioner Whitford might have some ideas.
Ed, can you hear us? Yeah.
He's on.
Ted, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Thank
so he is looking for some stories. What else?
Yes, stories or businesses that we could
I like,
highlight on the tour, like in person with a group of people sharing, anything you'd like, really, on September 17th.
so yeah, maybe Ted can help you out.
Yeah, maybe we can talk or get contact information.
I'll be in attendance on your meeting Monday. But however, Tuesday I cannot make it. I'll be there just for one day though, but maybe we can talk then.
Okay.
Chair Gray, so Avery, I was hoping that you could provide a little more detail as to how the tour is structured.
Yes.
The duration of the tour,
Yes.
if they're in a tour bus, approximately
Yeah.
how many people can book the tour, things like that.
Yes, sorry, I'm distracted. Yes, so the tour is day long. We'll leave Great Falls at 9 AM and need to be back by 4:30.
Okay.
So it's a full day. Kind of the challenge with Central Montana, as with most of Montana, it's so much driving, there's a lot of driving, and it is gonna be a tour bus up to 50 people. And so a lot of that will be kind of traveling in the bus. The tour guide will be on board, sharing some of the sites and history while we're driving. But we're looking to make as many stops as possible, wherever that may be. I know that we'll probably have lunch in Havre, and that's kind of like our turnaround spot. But any places along the way or on the way back would be great. We'll probably go up the highway to Havre and then back through Bear Paw Mountain to Rocky Boy, and into Box Elder. With trying to have as many stops as possible, 20 to 30 minutes per stop is about ideal, just so we can kind of keep things moving along. But we're flexible in these early stages of planning.
Chair Gray, may I do a follow-up?
Yeah.
Just asking, also, this is Rochelle Brown, Travel Tourism Officer. Is it possible for any of our tribal citizens or elders to join the bus and be a component of the discussion while on the road?
Yeah, yes, it is. It is possible. I'm not sure. Yes, it is. possible.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna go through Rocky Boy, you should probably have someone from Rocky Boy
Yeah,
on the bus.
Yeah.
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 There's probably a lot of really neat things that could be explained from their perspective as you go through.
yeah, cool.
And I'm sure they don't charge you a big toll, but who knows?
Okay.
No, just.
And like I said, my program is there to help support the honorarium or compensation for time and contribution to it. And then, also perhaps since it's coming out of Great Falls, we could incorporate a little shell component.
And there is a tour that is, has a little show component.
Okay,
I'm not part of that.
okay, good to
but
know.
Yes.
And that's what,
Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Yes.
Okay, so visit Great Falls.
Visit.
Yeah, they
Okay.
can walk to our office and
Yes, okay, you,
stuff like that.
you talk.
Awesome.
Yep, she will. That. Yes. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, any, questions from any commissioners online? Comment?
One last thing, we are always looking for directors on our board, if anyone is interested in serving. The only stipulation is that you do reside in central Montana or have businesses in some association with central Montana. But we're always looking for directors. We're shorter, so. Thank you.
You're short.
Look at you, Brian.
There's
Mr. Dodgett.
Yeah, we're looking for 7.
Oh, you have 7 openings on the board?
7 openings? Holy.
Yes. Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so any public comment? I don't think that anyone's online.
Public comment online.
Okay. So now we'll move into approval of the February 6th, 2026 written meetings, which are, in our packet. I don't think they have them online.
I had emailed everybody the
Stuff.
stuff.
So if you'll take a look at the meeting minutes and entertain a motion to approve them.
Motion to approve.
Okay,
Chairman Craig, Ted Whitford, I know he's online. Could you, oh, he's gonna talk a little bit.
Can you repeat that?
I was gonna let you talk to say the edits that you needed on the meeting minutes.
Yeah, I had
What
a few corrections, but I didn't realize that we weren't allowed to change those. So,
oh, we are.
We can change them
Yeah, Ted, we
Oh.
can change it.
during the meeting.
Yeah.
okay, okay,
So, go-
great. Yeah, there was a few edits on there, minor corrections, and I may have misspoke on some of the dollar amounts, and I had a red ink version that I sent to Marilyn.
Yes. So I'll just, for the commission, I'll go through it really quick.
Yep.
In the first paragraph, the tribe applied for a 28.3 million grant. Next paragraph, Bio Health Center was spelled wrong with a few. Whitford is spelled wrong in the next sentence. Down in the next paragraph, it should say 28 million, not 26 million. And on the last page, Whitford's name is spelled wrong.
Any other changes? Addition? Do we have a second?
A second.
Mark? Okay, we have a second by Mark. Any further discussion? None, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we're good there.
One abstention.
Upset.
Oh, okay, yeah, thank you. Is that Greg?
Yes.
Thanks, Greg.
I also said aye.
Thank you, Yolanda. Okay, now we have a commissioners round robin discussion. Anyone want to start?
So
Hard to tell.
Try to get the Zoom folks to have a chance.
Good morning, this is Ted Whitford. I can start if there's
Thanks,
no
Ted.
objection. Good morning, this is Ted Whitford, Commissioner from the Chippewa Cree Tribe. Just a few updates from the last meeting. As you know, construction season has started. We did break ground on our new administrative building on April 20th. So we're probably on about day 10 of construction. They're doing the site work right now. So a couple other projects that we have in order right now are, of course, our 2 lagoon projects. Those started up roughly about 2 weeks ago, and they will continue and hopefully be finished in June. We also have our Newtown extension will be starting up here very shortly, and our Eagleman water system upgrade is in progress right now. So it's kind of an update. Our cultural building that'll be taken off here very soon. That's my update for now. Happy to answer any questions.
So you guys opened your new youth center too, right, Ted?
We did that, I believe in March 27th, I believe was the grand opening, and that was a huge success. Turns out we don't have enough parking space. We had people parking on the main road and across the road. So yeah, it was good turnout. Thanks for that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, any other online?
I'll go.
Thanks, Yolanda.
Yolanda Oldorf, Crow Tribe State Commissioner. Just a couple quick updates. Something that project that I've been working on is our beef distribution. We've finally been able to move that forward, and we had our first successful one on the 24th, and we were able to distribute 512 boxes, 25 pounds of ground beef and roast to our tribal members. So that was a big success after stalled for a couple years. And I know that we have like a lot of projects going on in regards to our Head Start moving forward. We just recently had we just really had a very busy week, and we usually do have a lot of busyness going on. We're going to be having a few more distributions, at least 2 a month moving forward. Especially for the success of this one, it was really amazing how well it came together. And I don't really have much else going on, that I can report on. I know we do have construction going on, but I didn't gather that info from everybody yet, so thank you.
Thanks. All right, anyone else online want to have anything update?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Blaisdell with the Governor's Office of Economic Development. Not much to update, except for I think I did speak last meeting about the BEAD broadband funding, that program. As I said, we went through the round. We had awarded the contracts. We came in far lower on the cost than the $632 million that had been allocated. At first, we thought the federal government was going to claw that money back. It is looking like now they're going to be adding and giving us some ways that we can use those remaining funds, but we are currently in a holding pattern waiting for that direction from them, and then we will provide information to the Broadband Commission that's made up of legislators and executive branch entities on how those funds can be awarded out.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, anyone else?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Gray. This is Delina. That's from Fort Belknap. I got a couple areas. just this quarter for transportation, tourism, health and housing. From Fort Belknap, transportation, I mean, just this quarter. We're doing, pretty good with a lot of planning projects that'll set our base for future construction, to be able to hit those hard after we kind of continue to build base planning. So we were as awarded the SS4A for 319,000 generally. That's for us to kind of update our safety action plan for road safety. And then we got the TTPSF Truck Transportation Program Safety Fund. That will be able to, do some improvements on BI Route 11 and sections of 15 on the reservation. And then that's that Department of Transportation Rural and Tribal Assistance Pilot Program. And that's 1.4 million. And then so we pretty much, we've been able to bring in about 2.3 million to try to kind of set, like I said, the base for future construction. Sometimes you gotta get plans approved and whatnot and all that engineering stuff. So we're excited about that. We did get on the tourism side, we've been actively involved with the tourism steering committee with the state. We've got a summit coming up, or Shell will be telling you all about that. For our area for Rocky Boy, Little Shell and Fort Belknap meeting in Havre next week. So we're excited about getting moving and getting our contents updated and getting some strategies going for local tourism in those areas. But we did get the Tribal Tourism Grant Award for $50,000. That'll be for repairs and mobility improvements and upgrades to our Milk River Indian Days Arbor site at Fort Belknap. So with cash and in-kind contributions by the tribe, that will encourage tourism in our region. So we're thankful for that grant award and we're excited about getting that project completed this spring and summer. On the health front, we did secure a Montana Healthcare Foundation grant for $50,000. The tribe is working internally to match those funds. That doesn't require a match, but we're trying to find money all over the place for assessment and emergency repairs to our municipal water storage tank at the Fort Belknap Agency. This is a 1 million gallon tank that's losing about 150,000 gallons of water a day due to the windstorm in December. And we have filed a claim with FEMA. It was also under a presidential declaration of emergency. We're working with those folks and we're trying to coordinate with federal agencies, as I understand other 5 tribes in the state are doing, as well as several counties. So, we wish you well and we understand, it's everyone's, working hard to try to find alternative funds because FEMA won't cover it all. But this is kind of a big ticket item for us amongst the tribal facilities and then the housing stock that were damaged during the windstorm. This is kind of a big deal because it has to do with health and safety of drinking water for about 15 to 2,000 residents at the Fort Belknap. So working on that. And then housing, we're still implementing a $40,000 Montana Coal Endowment grant for preliminary engineering report for the Old Hayes housing site to improve the water system there too. So that's my report and thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so as far as the Little Shell, just a couple updates. We'll be hosting the Rocky Mountain Tribal Transportation meeting here in this building on May 19, 2021. We also, another update, we have our 18-acre housing development back here. We're working with the city of Great Falls to try to get it annexed into the city for water and sewer, but we're running into just a lot of racism with the Valley View Neighborhood Association, putting up the typical stereotype comments. So that we're pushing forward with that. We don't want to put the land into trust. We want to, in order to access their sewer and water. And then also we had 9,800 dozen eggs that we got for our food distribution, and we delivered a bunch to Rocky Point, Fort Belknap, Northern Cheyenne, Crow, Blackfeet, and CSKT. And that was our second round of that. So we hope to do it again. We get, all these eggs, they're donated from Wilcox Farms here in Great Falls. So we'd like to, work with, the other tribes to give them eggs. We're really glad to do that. Yeah, so that's all I have. So, Greg, do you have anything from CSKT?
Well, this was my first meeting and I wasn't aware that we were going to be doing updates. I guess my first question goes to what is the scope of an update? Do you want it to stick within the construction realm? Do you want updates from our various corporations, gaming, or are we just talking about community development projects?
Anything you want to talk about, what you feel is, pertinent update, it's totally up to you.
Okay. Well, the most significant update that's occurring out here is after our water compact development, we are in the process of doing a substantial upgrade on the irrigation project. There's about $90 million a year that is allocated towards that, primarily construction projects, both large and small. We have initiated a partnering meeting so that we can take some of the larger contractors that we have and sponsor subcontracts with smaller contractors, most of them being tribal. That's going to be going on over the next several years, and it is going to be a substantial boost to the local economy for the next 8 or 9 years. On Tuesday, we're opening up the 400 Horses Casino in the Polson area. I see that we're going to be hosting the next commissioners meeting in, I believe it's in August. So you'll have a chance to check out that new facility. We are opening up a meat packing plant in probably July or August of this year, processing local beef as well as wild game, bison, and other things. We're just in the early stages of this growing season, and our agricultural stimulus that we do for a number of producers, we're basically trying to build the capacity to be able to start getting into produce production and not just relying on the cow-calf pair types of operations that we typically do from an agricultural standpoint. So there is a significant opportunity available in produce, and we're just trying to assist tribal members to get into produce production. And we have several different healthcare facilities that are currently in the construction stage. And I will just stop there for now.
Thank you. Good stuff. So, who else online? Anyone else? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, about seeing the attendees.
Yeah.
There's Greg, Ted, Yolanda, and Marta.
Marta, do you have any updates?
I don't have any right now, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Keep your eyes on the road.
I'm trying.
All right, so we'll move on to possible date and location for November 13th. What's up with that?
So the location that I found at the Little Bighorn College in the library, they are available, but on Fridays they close at noon. So I was wanting to ask the commissioners, if you guys would be up to changing that date sometime in that week, whatever day you guys wanted, so that we could have it from, it goes past noon.
Oh, I see.
So like November 9th to the 13th, one of those days?
Yeah, not the 13th, it's Friday, they close at noon, but the rest of the days they close at 5.
How about the 12th?
Sure.
Or
Oh,
a
we did.
Monday.
What's that?
I said, or a
Monday.
Monday. And then
Monday would work.
that way there's time to travel on Sunday and then,
So, 9th? November 9th?
yeah, I know I keep,
I'm good with that.
We'll do the 9th.
cool.
Bighorn College.
Yep, the library.
Yeah, it's a beautiful library. I'm thinking the programs room.
They didn't say which room, they just told me there was a room that would hold us.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a nod from Brian that is.
yeah, I think it's the programs room, it's a really good meeting room.
Good.
All right. Lender of support policy, Marilyn.
So letters of support, they flow through the agency leadership for review by the governor's office. This process has had varying levels of compliance across state agencies, and so there's been movement towards making this policy both well-known and consistently applied across all programs. So when Heather gets up next, there is a copy of a draft letter that's been reviewed and gone through leadership that Heather will be talking about.
So who reviews it?
Who is it that reviews it?
Sorry, say it again.
Who
I'm
reviews
sorry.
your letter? Or we have to do a letter of support, who's reviewing it?
Oh, yeah, so the way it would be, sorry. No, that's okay.
Go ahead.
Like from
Oh.
I'll
the subjects.
reviews from commerce level, is that what you were asking? So it goes through our communications team, it goes through the director's office, and then, the governor's office.
What kind of letters?
Just any letter of support requests.
The governor's letter.
So if anyone requests a letter of support from a commerce program or a commerce attached board, it then the request goes through communications, the director's office and the governor's office.
Okay, so not like to the Department of, like, say if you want a letter of support from Montana Director of Transportation or something.
Oh, no,
If that's not what you're talking about, you're talking about
No.
specifically for the Department of Commerce to give a letter of support, there's a big process to go through.
yes, yeah, and I would say is I'll give you another example where this policy first came out, at least to my knowledge, would have been a couple of months ago, 4 or 5. For SBA, so SBA was requesting a letter of support of our SBDC program, so we had to follow this process as well.
So this is a new policy?
No, just, it's been in place for a long time. It was made aware to me probably, what did I say, Marilyn, about 4 months ago? And in hindsight, I should have had Marilyn present that at the last STED meeting, but we typically aren't getting a lot of requests for letters of support, and so it wasn't until we had the request that I was like, should have made that a larger, not announcement because it's been in place, but made everyone really aware at the time, because I was made aware about, 4 months ago. So that was my oversight. Apologize for that. And I don't know if there's gonna be some new folks, so Mackenzie Esplund, Business MT Division Administrator. So I oversee the division that OICE is a part of, and that helps administer support for the set. I know we have some new folks.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay,
And I'm back here for any more questions. The hot seat.
you're on the hot seat.
Yeah, so.
Started?
Jump right into the hot seat. So Heather Superpena, Central for Indian Country Development, Minneapolis Federal Reserve. Thank you, Chairman, for raising the question. The way that the center would use the letter of support is when we go and visit tribes. It's basically a way for us to have a warm introduction or a way to be able to say, you know, this is something that representatives from your government that are on the STEP commission have voted to support the program. So it's really a way for us to do some introductory work. Although knowing that like our first stop is with the council, you know, chair, president, to make sure that they're aware of the project first. But it's basically just a way to show support for the program. Or for the work that we're doing with the Survey of Native Nations. And I think for the STEP Commission, when it wants to be able to reference the work, it just shows that relationship, so.
And the letters in our packet.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
We need to vote on it to approve the draft. Okay.
Yeah.
So commissioners, the letters in your packet, letter of support for the Survey of the Native Nations project. If you want to take a look at that, entertain a motion to approve it.
Yeah,
Motion.
motion to approve, Chairman.
We have a motion.
I second.
All right, any other discussion on this? It's great. Glad we can support you. The survey, I think it's a great project. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any,
Aye.
there you go.
Awesome.
Sign it right now.
Right. So does it still have to go through that process of starting them? Okay, cool.
We're good.
Okay, there we go. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Looks like we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Up next, we have Mr. Rock. Jim, Brian, George.
Carol.
Sure. Oh, gosh.
Wherever you want to be.
Good morning. My name is Brian Atkins. I am I'm an enrolled Little Shell citizen. I'm also the Economic Development Director for our tribe, and I also run the daily businesses that we own, of which we own 5. I wanted to start by saying we did, you know, everyone probably knows we were recognized in the end of December 2019, end of 2019 in December, and a little over 6 years. And we began our economic development shortly after that following year, about June, July. And what we've discovered, as I'm sure everyone in Indian country knows, it's difficult to find capital. And for a variety of reasons, a lot of people don't understand tribal ownership. Who's your owner? Well, there's, in our case, 7,600 of us. And a lot of institutions, folks providing capital don't understand that. Tribal sovereignty. Oh my goodness, you know, we'll never be able to have recourse against you if you default. And so we've run into that as a newer tribe, I would say, as it's common for us. And so last year in summer, met these gentlemen from Intoro, and we decided to form a joint venture with us and Intoro, being Little Shell. Little Shell is the majority owner of this venture. And we're taking the tribal advantages such as taxation, federal government contracting, the things that are about, or that we bring to the table as far as value. With a company like Toro, who can provide capital. And I'm gonna let those guys explain how that happens, but the main point is what we're trying to do is bring capital to Indian country. Yes, for our own ventures, but also to collaborate with the rest of Indian country. It could be our Montana tribes, it could be outside of Montana. We've already got some pretty cool deal flow that's happening. Just since we launched, we've essentially launched our website in January of this year. And Jim and his group have had the task of doing all the setup and banking and all the things to make us legal. And by the way, and I'll let everybody introduce themselves when they get, but Jim and Billy and Chairman and I met last summer. That's how this all started. Jim Rao is the founder. Billy works for Toro as well. And then George Yepis came on recently. He's the guy that gets to find them. So it's a great partnership. We're still new. We've got a lot of things in the hopper. Those guys will talk more about what it actually means, what we're doing. And the point is, we're basically Little Shells, taking the lead on helping Indian country get capital when we can. And I think it's a great way to do it. And we've teamed up with someone who has the ability to do that, which we didn't. As a relatively new tribe, it's difficult to find capital, and that's what these guys do. So I will let, who's going to go first? Is that you, Jim? I believe I am. Okay, so I'm gonna let Jim, let him take it from there.
Who has the,
I don't have a clue. You'll have to.
should I use microphone? Would that be?
Maybe Billy, you want to? Is the feature over?
Is this live? Oh, here. It's live. Thank you. Ripper is live. Hello. Can you hear me?
You need it.
There we go. Rarely am I at a loss for words or volume. Can we switch the slides? We prepared a slide deck, but we're gonna kind of freelance it a little bit because what we realized last time when we looked at it, it was pretty dense, and to try to do something in 30 minutes would be doing a disservice to you all trying to jam too much information in. My name is Jim Rao. I'm the founder of Entoro. And Entoro, we're a Houston-based financial services group. We have 5 regulated businesses, so we're a broker-dealer, transfer agent, commodity pool operator, RIA, and I'm just forgetting what we have. We insurance that we we also have a Dubai-based financial group as well that we are part of that actually helps other projects globally raise capital. My own background is energy for the most part. I also worked at the World Bank, IFC, doing development work for, it was primarily in Latin America. So I did a lot of development work for quite a long time. So I'm very familiar with how to build a grassroots level and get that started. I, however, am from Rapid City. My family's from the Black Hills. I went to the University of Wyoming, so quasi a local guy, not fully, but close enough to really understand the entire region. Can you switch to the next slide? Was this my slide? Was this yours?
Yeah, your slide.
Oh, well, let me, Billy's my son, so he's fully helping us on everything. So he's the guy that will actually do the real work. And George and I have been friends and colleagues for 8-10 years, something like that. He's the head of business development for us. He's based out of New York City, which is still to this day the epicenter of capital. So a lot of relationships are developed through that, and he's fantastic about working with local partners, local sources of capital that we're trying to get things done.
Jim, I was gonna say I'm local.
You, to what, New York City or here? So anyway, what is Misco Rock? And as Brian said, it's a joint venture between our 2 organizations to facilitate growth capital, catalyst capital, et cetera, for projects that we work on. That can be power projects, it can be other infrastructure projects, and it'll also be things in the financial services business. We'll go into a little bit more of that. It is really to develop what we affectionately know as principal transactions. So that would be transactions that are actually for the benefit of the tribe and the relationship there. So it's not just an agency where we're just helping raise money for somebody. It's actually to build businesses and build economic value and growth. That's truly what being a principal is. So it's the ownership concept of that that's important to us, to make sure that's what we're doing. So we're not really interested in just doing a transaction. We're actually interested in building financial and multi-generational wealth as far as building businesses. And that could be in manufacturing, it could be in power, it could be whatever it may be. But to have the Little Shell be that lead there, and through the joint venture, that's how we'll execute upon that. All of the capital will be raised, will end up being into a sovereign wealth fund for the benefit of the Little Shell. Next slide. I believe you were going to do this.
This kind of basically is what I was saying earlier, just basically the traditional. You're tethered to the federal government in terms of funding and opportunities. So really, we're trying to bridge that gap between, tribes getting capital so we don't have to rely on federal grants or any grants at all. So that's really what we're essentially trying to do.
Next slide.
Thanks, Jim. So what is Miskoro? What are we doing? We are essentially a crossing guard. Historically, opportunities have come into native tribes, and there's no filter, no institutional filter. People pitch ideas, and they all look like they're beautiful ideas without structure and without real knowledge of what the benefits to the tribe are going to be. What does it mean? And Miskoro, we've envisioned the structure right now to have 3 different economic silos. One being energy, one being infrastructure, and the other being finance. As we go out and do due diligence on these businesses, as they flow into the portfolio, we stop it, we model it, we look at returns, and we envision and prove how it benefits the Little Shell tribe or the other tribal members that are participating in Miskoro. It is what I've always called from the very beginning, the hub and spoke, with Miskoro being right in the middle and being able to view in a very transparent manner all of the businesses within the portfolio as they flow in and as they're placed in the tribal portfolio.
Next slide, please. I'm going to go through the 3 pillars here real quick, because otherwise we'll may take too long. So in the first category, which is most important, I think, for both tribes and for the general U.S. economy, is better, more power, cleaner, anything we can do in the power sectors. So those of you that are familiar with what's going on across the country, we are in a massive power deficit. We would have been anyway without data centers coming off, but we're in a worse situation right now. In fact, it's so bad that President Trump issued in the last 10 days national security mandates about transmission equipment and other power activities, because we are woefully behind in a global situation with China and others. So it's a real security issue. And actually, the White House just, I think it was on the 13th of April, issued these emergency mandates for additional time. So this is not just an Indian country issue, it's actually a nationwide issue. And it really gets down to our economic viability, growth, and security. In that view, we are looking at a number of projects, solar and battery. We're looking at battery projects, not only for tribes in Montana, but pretty much most of the West. So just about any power source is a viable opportunity with that. So we're looking at acquiring some existing facilities. We're looking at greenfield opportunities. We're looking at some technology plays as far as new battery technologies, which are coming fast and furious. Every day I turn around, I think there's new battery technology. And more and more of these are being sourced using US raw materials and not imported, primarily Chinese materials. So it's a point for us to make sure we're out there leading that effort. So we're looking at a very sizable portfolio, very sizable opportunity set, and a pipeline of deal flow, primarily in the power side. However, we are going to be looking at oil and gas opportunities and other extractive processes. So just wanted to highlight that. So any power source is on the table. It would be dependent on who the counterparties are and the will of whatever tribe that may have that interest. Some will want to do coal, some will not want to do it, some will want to do nuclear, some will not. So it's really up to whatever tribal relationship, et cetera, that really conduct this. So on the infrastructure side, this is a little bit more of a catch-all for us in the sense that it's contracting. It's also really the real estate side that we have a very sizable pipeline of real estate transactions for Little Shell. So we're pretty excited about getting many of those over the line because those obviously have nice cash flows to them that we can start to build additional economic value there. I'll leave it at that. So we'll go to the next slide. I'm trying to leave a little bit of time for Q&A, so hopefully we get some good questions there again. On the last section here, this is financial services. And what does that mean? So it could involve the acquisition of a bank or a joint venture, some other financial, so more of a loan portfolio, financing portfolios, et cetera, that will enable additional economic benefits for Muskogee and the tribe. We also have some asset management capabilities there, and then there's some insurance capabilities that we're looking at to further exploit. That is early on. That'll take several years to build out, but we're excited about that. And I believe that's going to be a huge advantage going forward. My background happens to also be in the digital asset side. So we're looking at some opportunities on the digital custody side, some of the things in staking, some other activities as it regards to some of the future things, blockchain, digital assets, et cetera. So we have a portfolio of those that are pretty exciting that we're looking to bring on in 2026. Next slide.
Good morning, my name is Billy Rao. As my dad, Jim, already sort of went over our background at eToro. We were founded in 2015 and based out of Houston, Texas. We originally started as an investment bank, a lot of focus on energy being in Houston, and slowly expanded over the next decade to being a broker-dealer, an RIA for funds and advisory, a commodity pool operator, transfer agent, et cetera. Those are the regulated entities, as well as a valuations alternatives company and an environmental asset registry and exchange. Those are on the unregulated side. And together we are the operating partner of Muskogee, and we combine both our experience and our operating capabilities with the tools we already have set up, along with Little Shell Tribal Enterprises, to go to market quickly and provide that tribal sovereignty and institutional grade execution together in Muskogee.
Next slide, please.
I think who's going to do this? Was this me as well?
Yeah.
I'll just keep rolling. One thing I'd like to add.
Bring it on home.
Let's go. One thing I'd like to add to Billy's comment is that we didn't put on there is that we are actually in the process of being the world's largest issuer of carbon credit securities or natural capital securities. And what does that mean? That actually is we have perfected and created financial instruments to take advantage of European and other jurisdictions when it comes to carbon credits and other what we generally call natural capital. So there could be water rights we can monetize or track, because we can do the tokenization, we can do all the digital stuff, we can do the custody, et cetera. But we've spent about 4 years building this business up, and we're able to apply it not only globally, but in the US on our tribal. Despite the US pulling out of the Paris Accord, for President Trump's mandate back, when he first, I think it was one of his first things that he said, we're gonna be out of the Paris. Personally, I would stay in, but that's neither here nor there. But we do a lot in the national capital space. So just to kind of wrap everything up, as Billy has indicated, is we are really focused on institutional grade execution. So we want to be able to create the flow, the product, the process of being able to get projects financed. And in doing that, we have to put it in a package. We have to put the due diligence. We have to create that entire due diligence activity so third-party groups can actually invest in it. And that means it could be funds, it could be other tribal, it could be whomever, but we want to do it at an institutional, at the very highest level as far as we possibly can. So it gives investors comfort that we've looked at everything possible and managed that and create that risk matrix that really announces and indicates that a project is a good project. So that's really what we really trying to build here. And we're basically agnostic to many projects, but we want to make sure that they create value, they create long-term cash flow, et cetera. So that's really our goal in all of these activities. Next slide.
Just to kind of bring it all together, I would say, when I first met Jim and tried to understand what Toro does, kind of like drinking through a fire hose, right? There's so much involved, so many things we've probably not been involved in. The point is, if you've got a project, you're not sure if it fits our model, just, I'll be the primary contact for this go round as far as our tribes, and just ask, we all of our, will you send out the PowerPoint, like, so they have our contact info?
I can sure do
Okay, so everyone will have our contact information, and that's just, and I'll just be the filter. We'll decide together if it's a project that makes sense for what we do, and nothing's off the table really in terms of projects in Indian country. So I would say that's my final thought is you probably leave here thinking, what exactly are they doing? I mean, obviously we talked about energy, but financial services, digitization. We didn't go too much into carbon credits, but that's another thing in the offering, which I believe will benefit our tribes immensely with the amount of acres we have in the state. So I think there's all a bunch of things that we could do together, and let's start the conversations. And I think it's a great thing that we've got a great partner, and I think that together we can definitely do some cool stuff in Indian country and Montana and beyond. So, any questions? I'll let Jim field the question.
To answer is why we call it MISCO.
Oh, yeah, so MISCO is red in the Ojibwe. So we're the Indian country version of Black Rock. We're red on it. So that was, I think, a clever way to sort of align ourselves with one of the biggest capital sources in the world. So hopefully we're second, or maybe first, who knows? We'll see how it goes. But I like any questions right now, questions later, you'll have email, phone numbers. And we're basically doing what we call an investment committee meeting on a regular basis. So we'll discuss projects. We might come to you with projects. We're working on some really cool stuff in energy right now. And I think there's some great carbon credit opportunities. Everyone's probably heard the carbon credit pitch in some way, shape, or form by now, but I think this is a legitimate one that we can bring and then produce some real income. So any questions at the moment?
Any questions from commissioners? Anyone online have any questions?
This is Ted Whitford from the Chippewa Cree Tribe. You said you will be providing your contact information to us. Will that be through chat, or how will that be?
Marilyn, are you gonna email it?
Okay. Okay.
You'll have our
Okay.
PowerPoint deck with all of our info at the end.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll be in touch.
Thanks, Dennis. Oh, yeah, miscorock.com. We have an active website now. That's another way, that's probably the easiest way to get to us, honestly. I forgot about that.
We have an onboarding process or contact.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Chairman, this is the Delina Cuts through Fort Belknap Indian Community. I have a lot of questions, but they're probably not, for this meeting. I have like more internal questions. But, I just want to say that I think this is great for Little Shell. I think that this is good for, the tribe, for you guys. And, we'd like to make sure that we kind of keep an eye on that. This kind of stuff is sort of a little bit, quieter where you don't really like display like a lot of the internal investment stuff, but we'd like to really watch and see, how that's panning out for you. For my tribe, we have to do quite a bit of vetting. We don't usually always, just go with the one, but this is great, for us to be able to take a, kind of an example from and see how that's working out for you. I'd like to also share your information with some of our, corporate entities, at our tribe, as well as, of course, I will share everything that I hear here at the council. So, but yeah, we'd like to kind of get some contact information and maybe, do a little questioning and stuff on our end. But thank you so much. This is great for Little Shell. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions from the commissioners online? Nope.
As soon as we did our job.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll take 10-minute break.
Is it? Yeah, Jim Rob.
Realize that the phone is on.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll call the meeting back to order. I just want the flag.
Sure.
Now, we'll next. So up next, we have Mountain Plains Native CDFI Coalition and update on the Indigenous People Day. Right, JL and Caleb.
Thank you, Gerald. I'm gonna hand the mic to Gerald to introduce himself and we'll do some bits.
So so you know, we have a lot of commissioners online.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
They're on Zoom.
All right, hi.
Well, I'm Gerald Schmitz, and I live with Lakota tribes. Pine Ridge is my home. I live in Montana now and probably will stay here, but I have a background in CDFI, Community Development Finance, and also in banking. And that's why I got to Montana. I was with First Interstate Bank System in Billings, and then eventually went back into working with CDFIs and GLMI. My wife, we have a company called Indigenous Impact Call, and we work with Native nonprofits. And the big thing we've been working on for the last 5 years has been the Native CDFI Coalition. There's a coalition of Native CDFIs in Montana, Wyoming, South Dakota, and North Dakota. And so, pleasure to be here today, and I just wanted to give you a little gift here. From us, from our company. And do you want to say what that is, Jill?
Yeah, why don't you share what we're gifting?
Hello, I'm Kayla Gray and Gerald Gray is my dad. So I'm the Michelle and we are gifting 13 figurines that were made from the quarry that the Little Shell owns. And so you either get a bear or a buffalo.
So also too, just so y'all know, the trafficking on the floor, the building is also from the Floyd partner that we did, so really proud of it, and these figurines, like they gifted them, so.
And my brother Jared Gray was the one who carved them, so.
And I guess the purpose of your jail is what you talk about, just to talk about our work with the Native CDFI Coalition. We call it the Mountain Plains Native CDFI Coalition, which was a coalition that began in 2000, just about the same time COVID hit. And but it turned out really good. We started the coalition to see if we could help collectively to raise some funding for Native CDFIs in this region, because there were several small ones that didn't have access to a lot of funds. And we were able to secure a grant from the Economic Development Administration. Out of 500 some applicants, we were one of 21 that was chosen throughout the United States. And I think the best one, actually. We were the only one, a coalition that already existed. There were a lot of people who started coalitions to apply, but we had this coalition in process already. So I think what improved was that collectively they could raise more money than they were doing originally. And through our work with them, Jail is going to talk about can you give me some statistics of what came about after that funding was received, coalition, how it was used, and what it actually meant for the economy and for the success of the coalition or the coalition members. But I'll just turn it over to Jill and she can talk about this all.
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here this morning. Thanks for having us and welcoming us into this space. I'm Jill Campy, wife of Gerald. And we've been, this Gerald, let's get that really, really clear. we've been working on access to capital for our whole careers. You know, Gerald started in the eighties and was the first Native CDFI executive director in the country, and that was the birth of a movement of starting for Indian country to start building their own financial institutions. And it's imperative. You know, we all have lived experience of what redlining means and what it's historically meant and what it means today. And that it's vital for economic development that natives have their own financial institutions. So we've, in the last 5 years, have worked in a consulting capacity with native CDFIs from Montana, South Dakota, and Wyoming to really bring them together as an industry. So it's not just a nonprofit here, a nonprofit here. This is an industry that's moving capital and needs to scale the way that they're getting capital into the hands of native entrepreneurs. So I'm gonna, we have some slides we put together, if you could pull them up for us.
They're thinking still.
They're thinking, okay. I'll show, there's 8 CDFIs that we've been working with since 2020. Four-Bands Community Fund in South Dakota, a Keepton, which is a national native ag fund, Wind River Development Fund in Wyoming, NACDC up in Browning, NADC in Billings, Plenty Doors Community Development Corporation in Crow, People's Partners at Northern Cheyenne, and Montana Native Growth Fund out of Fort Belknap. And we've been working together to really strengthen the capacity of these institutions and to increase the scale of capital that are going to native businesses. You know, why native CDFIs? Why does it matter? All of the statistics, you know, everyone in this room has lived experience with it, but the statistics are that for every $1 that a white person has, a white household has, natives have 8 cents. And we have to move that needle. We have a responsibility to move that needle. That 85% of reservations nationally do not have a financial institution within their boundaries. And without a financial institution, it's very hard to do economic development because of travel, etc. 15% of Native Americans must travel 100 miles just to access an ATM. You know, these are basic banking services. So that's part of what community development finance institutions are designed to address, is that they are unregulated. And so they can leverage creativity and innovation and culture in ways that banks can't. And they can meet their client and community where they are. An example of that has to do with like trust land. You know, everybody, you know, there's a myth that 20% of equity mitigates risk. And the most common type of collateral is usually land. But trust land can't be collateralized according to banks. Well, that's racist. I mean, by definition, that is a native asset. It is a premise that only applies to Indian country. And part of what native CDFIs are doing is flipping that and saying, no, we can. We have to figure out the systems, we have to build the systems, but that's our asset and we need to be able to leverage it as we want. And that's part of the innovation that's coming out of native CDFIs. Still no luck with slides? Okay. So right now, U of M came out with a study last year on access to capital, and not surprising, the greatest gaps were natives, rural, and women. And part of, if you look at who native CDFIs do loans to, it's natives, rural, and women. The finance industry for native CDFIs is led by women. So while 27% of leadership roles in dominant culture in finance are filled by women, 72% in native CDFIs are filled by women. It's a women-led industry. And that's important because of community care, that it's about relationship building, it's about thinking about the benefit to the community, it's thinking about how to support families. So I have these really beautiful slides that would show these statistics and looking at the growth. But in 2019, the year before the coalition was formed, collectively, these 8 institutions deployed 6.7 million into communities. Last year, that number was just shy of 40 million. So they grew, almost, I don't have the percentage in front of me, really significantly. Oh, there we go. All right, we're on slide 5. But here, we'll go slowly through the slides and you can see a little visual of some of the things we're talking about. All right, so there's a map of where all the CDFIs are listed and who's a part of the coalition. Montana has 5, so we've got the greatest representation in the coalition from Montana. Here's the statistics that really sort of paint the picture of why thinking strategically about native finance is a key part of the ecosystem and what we're combating and what we need to combat. Next slide. This is Dakota Print, and they were the first business that the Regional Revolving Loan Fund invested in. So it was a collective loan fund. They're based in South Dakota. We just had a conference last week. We just bought all our t-shirts from them. And this is again, looking at what that capital access gap looks like, it just giving statistics to back up what we all already know. Next slide. So this is looking at sort of that growth rate and what's happened in the last 5 years in the industry. And we leveraged a large federal government grant, 45 million, to drive into our region, along with about 6 million of private capital. And we're just coming at the end of that grant cycle. But, you can see that's both looking at opportunity, because that's not just looking at their ability to sort of leverage dollars, but it's also their ability to get it out into the community and get it working for community growth. Next slide. Okay, there we go. 494% growth rate over 5 years. Yeah. One of the things that we find out, and this came out of the Federal Reserve, CICD, is that for every 1 native CDFI staff person on staff, credit scores increased by 45 points for 1,000 residents. So you have this ripple effect just by the presence of Native people being in finance as leaders. This looks at the default rate. So the national average for loan defaults is about 3.6%. That's what you're, sort of is expected and is normal. As of 2025, between 8 CDFIs, the default rate was 0.5%. So they are outperforming the rest of the country by over 6 times in what mainstream banks would consider high-risk markets, which is BS. All right, next slide. So this group of 8 invested 21 million into a regional revolving loan fund. And as of 2 weeks ago, they just deployed their last loan. They invested in 99 businesses all over the region. The greatest industry was agriculture. 43 of those businesses were in ag. Then service, which is 34 businesses. Down to retail is the next one on the chart, 11, transportation, other, and tourism. And so you can see the diversity of the industry. Part of what I like about that chart is what makes for a healthy economy is circulation of dollars. It's how many times a dollar can touch a native hand before it leaves the community. So I picture all these ranchers that now have resources and they get to go to maybe a coffee shop that's opened in town. So that dollar from the rancher is now getting spent at a coffee shop or maybe buying tires locally from another native owned business. And then that native owned business, goes and buys their swag from that print shop that we just saw. And you see these dollars starting to circulate and I also feel like graphically, I like seeing those dots because you're starting to see that overlap and the larger dots are volume. The other thing that we've seen is that when we started in 2023, the year before the regional RLF was opened, the average loan size was about 15,000. So that's a piece of equipment. That's maybe it's a food truck. Through the RLF, the average loan size is 214,000. That's a storefront. That's employees. That's real money. And what that dollar is showing me is it's not just impact, but it's also capacity, that the sophistication of the industry is growing. When we first started, EDA wanted to cap the loan amount at 250,000. And the executive director said, no, we want it at 2 million. And part of it is they wanted to start growing their muscles. They need to be doing bigger deals and moving more money and not be limited by scale. And that's what happened. That, I think 2/3 of the loans that came in were over 250. So you can see the percentage, it's over 1,000%, the average loan size growth. 78% was in rural markets and 12% went to women. So I was recently meeting with some guys in private equity here in Montana, and they've got there's some funds here in Montana in private equity. And I didn't know that 21 million is bigger than what the private equity funds here in Montana are doing by almost twice the size. They've invested in about 10, 12 businesses. We've done 99. None of their businesses are people of color, none of their businesses are rural, none of their businesses are white or are women. It's, you know, it's our urban centers, it's Bozeman, it's Kalispell, it's Missoula. And so I look at, you know, like this is a solution. This is moving capital and moving it strategically. Next slide. So this is looking over the same period of time at job growth and jobs retained. And, you know, right now, the CDFIs in the region have almost doubled their number of employees. So they as an industry are growing themselves. And in the last 5 years, we've created over 1,000 jobs and retained over 1,200 jobs. So we're moving the needle on job growth. Next slide. But this is when it gets interesting to me. This is statistics from US Census. And it's not quite the same time frame, but it's close. It's 2019 to 2023 that we saw the private sector increase by 4.2%, almost in that same window. We saw income go up by about $12,000, and we saw our poverty rates go down by 4%. And while the CDFIs aren't the whole story, with 2,000 jobs in the region in these rural economies, they have to be a factor. You know, they have moved, I think the previous slide was showing that in that period, that's over 120 million into the region. Next slide. So I think that, you know, more than anything, we just wanted to share and be sure as tribal leaders and leaders in economic development that you're aware of what an asset Native CDFIs are. And you have a diversity of choices, you know, that NACDC up in Browning serves all of Montana and into the outlying region. Same with NADC. Four Bands Community Fund, which is the largest in the coalition by far, it has the most longevity. And they were really who led the regional RLF fund. They serve the region as well. But that there's strategies that tribes can be a part of it that might be worth considering strategically. But I think that as you're talking about economic development, our hope is that you're also including, you know, financial institutions as a key part of that strategy. Joe, is there anything you want to add? I'm going to go to the last slide. That's just a list of all of them.
Well, I just wanted to, on behalf of the Native CDFIs and what they do is, you know, what I've seen over the years is that tribes, say the tribal governments and the Native CDFIs, which are private, nonprofit organizations, for the most part, there's one or two for-profit ones out there, but they have different purposes. But I think, you know, my hope is that in some way they can work with tribes in their communities to help things grow. And I know that in some places they do collaborate and together have developed housing and, you know, looked at providing facilities for business growth, for supporting small entrepreneurs. But the CDFIs are really well run. You know, my vision when I started the first one at Pine Ridge, which was called the Lakota Fund, I was wanting to start something that would be really accountable, that would be transparent, and that the other thing would be well run. And the two things that I named, I guess, was excellence and accountability when I look back at it today. And that's what I see. And as CDFI started to grow, they followed the model of the Lakota Fund, basically. And they all, I think I have to say, they all possess that. for the most part, excellence and accountability. They're accountable to the communities, they're accountable to with their funding. And part of the reason for that is that there's a agency in the Department of Treasury called the CFI Fund. And it was established during the Clinton administration to support CDFIs. CDFIs actually existed prior to that. So they were developed to help native CDFIs, or not just native CDFIs, mainstream CDFIs as well. And there are thousands of CDFIs throughout the country. But the one thing that, well, two things that the CDFI fund did was provide, it was a major source of funding for a lot of startup CDFIs. I think almost all of the native CDFIs have been able to access the CDFI fund. Now, the CDFI fund has been put in danger recently in this administration and the threats to have their funding cut. But it's been very popular on both sides of the aisle, so I don't think it's going to die out completely. But the other thing that it does, besides providing funding, is they certify CDFIs. So all the CDFIs work toward getting certification. They're not regulated, but it means that they meet certain minimum prudence standards. So it shows that they're operating in a prudent manner. And it has to do with their delinquency, the default rates, self-sufficiency, and several other things. And so that's the important thing about the CDFI one. And that's I think what's important to native CDFIs to work toward that certification. But the other thing is, with the coalition, they also, I mean, we look at those things, those statistics, because they're important, and they do show that they're well-run organizations. Like I said, banks are regulated, and so they have to look at these certain standards as well. The CDFIs monitor themselves, but it's important to funders, and I think it's something that adds credibility to them and helps them to receive funding. But I think if tribes and CDFIs can work, find ways to work together, it would really help both. It would help, in development of community facilities. I mean, they can go on funding together and things like that. And I've seen it. I think it's happened in a couple of different areas. I know, like Wind River, I think the tribes and the CDFI work together there to bring in funding. And I think in Winnebago and some other places, I've seen the same thing. And so I say that again to advocate for native CDFIs, because some of them are small, people don't understand them, and they really can't see what they're doing. But if you look at overall at the statistics that JL just showed you, you can see the benefit of supporting native CDFIs and what happens when they actually put money into it. And that EDA was only one organization that came in. When we started this coalition, we started inviting funders and what we call partners. And what we did is made them a part of the organization. We made sure that we kept everybody at the same level. There's no hierarchy. And so they come in and they're big partners and participate in the quarterly meetings. And annually, we have an annual gathering of the coalition members, and they're all invited. And so in order to get the EDA funding, we had to have a certain match. And we tried to get them to waive the match, but they wouldn't do it. But we ended up, I don't know how quickly did we raise that match, or
28 days.
28 days, we raised how much money?
Just shy of 6 million,
And
or well, technically 13 million.
yeah, 13 million, it's a very short period of time. So they were really engaged, and they're still engaged, and we're still getting more and more partners in. And so it's a model, the CDFIs are a model that people are really taken with. And the way they work, their lending and their the way they mitigate risk is through relationships rather than collateral and security and things like that. So they do operate differently, and relationships is a really important part of it. And so that was part of bringing all these partners in. And that's, I don't know what, I'd be happy to answer any questions, I guess, too. Questions.
Any questions from the commissioners? Anyone with a bunch of commissioners online too, so. I think it's really impressive, for one thing, it's like, it's almost like, well, who knew? Right? And you see these numbers, it's great. It's such needed in any country. It's like I was telling Mark here, you know, like the access to capital is so limited, but the banks won't even touch any country because of that whole. Oh, we can't have collateral, it's trust land, that kind of thing. It's like, well, yeah.
Right. You know, that's an interesting thing, and it has also to do with lack of markets. Because I would use Palm Springs as an example. Palm Springs is, you look at the tribe, I can't remember the tribe there, but they own land all over Palm Springs. And there are multi-million-dollar houses on that land, that's all trust land. And it happens because there's a market that can buy and sell homes like that, and these people are basically, in addition to their, if they have a loan on the house or the amount that they pay for the house, they also pay rent to tribal members that own these houses. And banks will lend to people to build houses, to buy houses on that property. And so it can be done, but it's partly related to markets. You can't buy and sell.
Is there any, go ahead.
Sure, great. When I was at Rochelle Brown Travel Tourism, I'm just curious about the role that our programs play, for example, in grants. And so when people are a small business or a tribe receives a grant that is backed by the state, how can that help improve the portfolio of an applicant looking to leverage that to get a loan?
I'll do part A and Gerald will do part B. So Indian Equity Fund, Native CDFIs in Montana all have programs to provide TA for that program. And that's a really strategic program that the state does. So they get TA on the front end, so it helps with business plan development. It builds a relationship with the CDFI. And then through those grant dollars, which is equity, it also positions them if they wanted to do more and have a gap that they can do with debt financing. So that's one that's, really specific. Gerald, you want to talk about others? I don't know about what other examples would be.
Thanks. I think it's just good for the general public to know that in some cases with CDFIs, grant awardee might be able to have their business development go further.
Yeah.
By leveraging that award, even if they can't use the award for debt servicing, but they can certainly use it to maybe as a credit score element or as a guarantee or something that shows that they're serious about growing or starting their business.
Yeah, I think it has multiple ripple effects. It's not just about leveraging capital, it's also leveraging a strategic relationship that builds their capacity. The second example would be SSBCI that came out. I know that I'm more familiar with up at Blackfeet that there's been, that positioned a good relationship between any CDC and the tribe and a way to kind of leverage resources that way as well. Any other questions or comments or feedback?
Anyone online?
I do. Hi, I'm Yolanda Oldorf.
Hi, Yolanda.
Oops.
Still there?
I really love this platform. It's such a misunderstood, unknown tool that we have for everywhere. I really like that it meets the need, especially in Indian country, because banks don't lend, and CDFIs will help people get ready to borrow, whereas banks will not. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing and keep going.
Thank you. You know, and it's exciting, like within philanthropy, part of what we're working on is starting to leverage on the investment side. So that these institutions are fueled largely by grant dollars. But the field is growing where they're starting to leverage investment dollars. So investors may do a loan to the CDFI at, 1-2%. And then they're able to turn around and re-lend it and then pay it back with their interest. So it's an investment, but that money is now working for Indian country. Instead of investing, so what they do is they take a portion of their portfolio, instead of all of it going into, Apple and Amazon and kind of growing white markets, they're taking a portion of their portfolio and ensuring that that capital is working in Indian country. And that's a growing aspect of the industry that I think is really exciting, because if you think about philanthropy, only 5% is grant dollars, 95% is locked up in investment. And that's actually where we start to move real money, is when we can access that. But I think it's also important, as people are networking, when there's investors, you can invest in CDFIs. That's a smart, only 0.5% of a default rate. That's a smart investment. Anything else?
Delia or Belknap, I just wanted to say, I think that the coalition is doing a very good job. I really like the data and the justifications that you presented, in your PowerPoint. Get a copy of that to kind of just share some factual, successful information with my council leadership and local businesses at Fort Belknap. I just wanted to say that despite like the administrative and, political, I guess headwinds that CDFIs are facing right now with funding at the congressional level. I feel like, CDFIs are still obviously still a statutory authorized program, and we like to continue to see it that way. And why dismantle a program that's working? Capital for Fort Belknap, economic development is for entrepreneurs and small businesses still remains the #1 barrier. And I'm glad to see the Montana Native Growth Fund. I've worked with the Browning folks before and whatnot too. So I just think that, we support CDFIs and we'd like to see them continue. Is there anything that, we can bring back to our tribal governments to assist, continuing these very important initiatives, through, we can't really use some dollars for lobbying, but I think what could tribal leaders do to put in a good word, I guess, to their leadership in DC, to make sure that they recognize that impacts are there and that we recognize them. Is that something that councils could do for CDFI coalition?
Very much so. And we're lucky in our region, there's a bipartisan coalition that supports CDFIs in DC. And our representatives are part of that coalition. And that advocacy is vital. Is that it, because it's bipartisan, it's part of why I think that we've stayed alive through all of the cuts and things. But there's two parts. One is the advocacy for CDFIs, but the second is advocacy for Native CDFIs. And, Natives are a federally protected class. And in the Treasury, there's set aside dollars specifically to grow the Native CDFI industry. And there's both a need for advocacy on the CDFI, but specifically to really ensure that this work that's happening for the Native CDFIs continues to be funded and well funded. All tribes.
Well, I think that advocacy is the big one. Tribes spend a lot of time communicating with Congress. And I think having the data available, would help also, not just from the coalition, but from the Center for Indian Country Development also collects data. And so I think, knowing where they can get this data and how they can advocate to Congress, on behalf of the native CDFIs. And I think that the same would go to the state also. The states have a good relationship with native CDFIs, and some of the leadership of native CDFIs are developed and some of are involved in some of the state initiatives that are going on. You'll see the leadership of these native CDFIs involved in different boards and things like that throughout the state. So they really are, I think, worth advocating for. And I do want to say also that, I think, in any country, we're resilient. We hear the word resilient a lot. And I don't worry as much about the native CDFIs if the CDFI fund is cut, because they don't get as much money from the CDFI fund as the mainstream CDFIs get. But they do have that set aside that Jill mentioned. I think that's important for the newer ones mainly to get operating capital. There's not a lot of places to get startup capital like that for native CDFI. So I think that's one area that tries to help with it, maybe learning a little bit more about the CDFI fund and how they might advocate for it.
Well, and it's been exciting to see Montana Native Growth Fund and where they are today. I think really, we just featured them at a conference 2 weeks ago. And they've had some exciting landmarks in terms of moving, hitting some goals around getting some capital deployed. And they're really up and coming. We've also featured them. They developed a tool for their underwriting that was highlighted as kind of a best practice across the region, which is really impressive as an emerging fund. So I think that's exciting also. But like our region nationally is, this is where the movement started, was in South Dakota with the Lakota funds. But then our region has been at the cutting edge of the movement from the beginning and have some of the best CDFIs in the country in this region. Any other questions on this? Otherwise, we'll move to the second half. I'm gonna pass out a business card, and if any of you, and Marilyn can circulate our contact information in these slides, but the website for the coalition has we have videos, and so for advocacy, there's 3 different videos and there's shorts that you can use to advocate. We've got all of this data is online on the coalition's website, but part of what we do as consultants is help with data and storytelling and that work of being able to get the story of the power and success of Indigenous finance out into the world. So consider us a resource as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kayla.
So nice. Are our slides loading for this one?
This one is, thank you.
Okay. All right, as I mentioned earlier, I'm Kayla Gray. I'm the project director for Indigenous Impact Code, and we'd like to share with you our next endeavor. We are Indigenous Impact Code, but we just created a nonprofit, Indigenous Impact Foundation, underneath that. And our first big event is going to be Indigenous Peoples Day weekend celebration, and that's going to be held in Red Lodge in October. So Indigenous Impact Foundation, we have a purpose statement, and it's co-create abundance through values, culture, strategy, and community. And with these words, they were all intentional when we chose them. They are something that we do all of our work by. Co-create means working alongside other Indigenous leaders. We want to make sure that we're involving all communities so that this turns out to be a really successful event. We get everybody's voices. We're never coming in here as trying to be like a savior, but we want to have collaborators that we can work and build this event with. Abundance goes beyond financial, the financial definition. It also means creating conditions for future generations to thrive, and language, foodways, identity, everything in Indian country. We want it to thrive. And so although yes, capital is needed, we want the whole community to thrive. Our values are what hold us accountable. We show up and do the work by being led by our values. We want to make sure we stick with those with everything that we do throughout all of our work. And then culture just keeps us remain grounded in Indigenous culture. And then community is who we serve. Community is always first in our minds with everything that we are working. So, next one. All right, so Indigenous Peoples' Day weekend is going to be a Native market. Essentially, we're going to have Native artists, we're going to have Native vendors, panelists. We want to have Native chefs come and work with the restaurants in Red Lodge to share Indigenous foods that go beyond, you know, red bread, and even though that's one of my favorites. But we want to share all the different ways of Indigenous food and bring that in. And then we also would like to have dancers, drummers, and just have every aspect of Indigenous culture shared throughout the weekend. And it's going to be a great opportunity for surrounding areas and the state to come and celebrate with us. So why this matters for regional economic development is it creates income for Native vendors and entrepreneurs. It builds long-term pathways. It strengthens relationship and the economy by bringing in Native artists and everyone to not only get more access to what they are selling, but also long-term outreach. We'll be sharing their contact information so that they can continue to be a resource for Red Lodge and everybody who comes to the event. And as Gerald had mentioned, we did put on an event last week. And I just want to share that we did almost, so 99.46% of our dollars went to Native-owned businesses when planning this event. And that goes for printing, it goes for gifting, things like that, just everything that was a part of it. And that's one of our main goals always when planning events, is to make sure that we purchase Indigenous first before we go to sites like Amazon or Walmart or something. And we had almost $200,000 that went into Native hands through this event, which is almost 600,000 throughout the last 4 years that we've been planning it. So again, every event that we do, including this one, is going to be Native led and Native focused. So next slide. So ways that tribes can engage in this is to share with your local community. We will be posting social media posts online. We do have a Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And so we would appreciate if you could share that not only personally, but if you have a tribal webpage as well, that would be helpful just to get the word out there. If you want to donate a tribal flag, there are tribal flags Red Lodge High School right now, but we would love to have them up during our event. Just to have and recognize every tribe that's in Montana. And if you wanted to sponsor the event, we would appreciate that as well. A little bit goes a long way, so anything would help. And then attending the event, we'd love to have everybody there. We would love to have speakers there, hint, journal. Hosting a panel on the lunch. And other tribes as well, we'd love to have everybody there. Just if you know anybody in your community who would be great to speak there, to dance, to be a vendor there in your community, please share this opportunity with them so that we can reach out to them and make sure that they are included and yeah, that we celebrate them as well, so. And then this last page is just ways that you can contact us, so. Yeah.
Kayla is the point of contact for this event, so she'll pass out her card to all of you guys. And she, you know, we're in the design stage of it, but we really, you know, now that the state has officially approved Indigenous Peoples' Day, we really want to start planning it. And access to markets is a key thing, and being able, you know, Red Lodge used to be a part of Crow and is kind of a little bit of a border community, and it's got a lot of wealth in it, and so we want to leverage that wealth and drive capital into native hands. So Kayla went over all of the opportunities. We'll have an artist market. We're hoping to do a native film festival. We'll be working with native producers, with the restaurants. But if you've got ideas, share them, because it's only as good as the collective behind it. But we really hope to make this a big annual event, and that we move a lot of capital really strategically.
How did you pick Red Lodge?
It's because that's where we are.
Well, this is a great idea.
I mean, it has to do with this balance between.
Well, I think it's a great idea because you're bringing Indian country to
Yeah.
a place that really haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So it's big, right?
I mean, if we see it, would we talk about it? We're like, we're gonna take over the town. You know, Red Lodge in the summertime flies, flags all down Main Street. Like, can you imagine coming into the town and having that be all tribal flags? And every restaurant you go into is an Indigenous menu with Indigenous producers highlighted, an Indigenous chef, that the theater is all native films, that, you know, that we want to do a big feed on Monday morning before people head home, like we're gonna go till noon. And end with a big round dance, like, I think I think it could be really fun. But, you know, we did it because of this meeting point, like, we have to be driving capital where it is into native hands, and there's a lot of money in that community that can be driven, and it used to be part of several, you know, it's homelands to many different tribes.
And then two things, we did visit the school that's there, and you know, it's elementary, middle and high school. And they said that they had only maybe 13 natives that go to school there. And so we're like, we need to bring more in to this community to, you know, be inclusive with who is there and make sure that they also feel represented as well throughout their with the youth.
And one of the things that the superintendent said was, imagine, because we'll do on Friday programming in the schools with Native leaders. Imagine what that population will be like when they graduate after 12 years of that normalized, you know, of Native leadership coming in regularly.
Indian education for all.
Yeah.
Check on that. there's new stuff that's been updated and committed, and we're pleased to see that the state OPI has been working positively to, you know, continue to perpetuate that constitution piece for Montana, so check on that, maybe they can kind of, you know, figure out some programming, yeah.
Yeah. And then also when we went to the theater there, we asked them, how often do you show native films? And they said they've only shown one within like the last 5 years. And so we want to make sure that they're continuously showing native films and having that in their community beyond this event, so.
And if you've heard of the sous chef, we have him booked. Happens to be our oldest son.
Yeah, and if you can ever get to Minneapolis and get in there, that's awesome.
So we just talked to Sean last night. So he employs 100 people through his restaurant.
Crazy.
He has moved in the last year almost $800,000 to native producers through the restaurant. They are opening in the Guthrie in June, and when they get to the Guthrie, their staff size will eventually double. And he's expanding into Montana, so part of doing this work around food sovereignty and foods is also to start leveraging the indigenous food movement here in Montana and start building the ecosystem that can support similar type of growth.
And he focuses on food pre-colonization.
Yeah.
So that, he focuses on food pre-colonization, and so that was what my comment was talking about with the food that we'll have there, so.
Great.
Chair, I don't wanna, go against anyone who might be waiting online, but after that, I'd like to.
Does anyone have any questions or comments online?
What was the date again?
October 9th through 12th.
So
Okay.
we'll start Friday night, you know, after 5, and then we'll close at noon on Monday, the 12th, which is a, you know, is a state recognized and federal holiday.
Yes, I just wanted to recommend some additional resources, and like I said, that Kayla, I'll reach out to her after this meeting as well, probably mid next week. So I wanted to just make sure that you were aware of the event sponsorship, or excuse me, the event grant. Destination event grant that is out of the Office of Tourism, Department of Commerce, our colleagues that work across the hall. That event grant is annual. It'll open up in the fall. And according to the current guidelines, it does allow for retroactive reimbursement for eligible expenses. So if you, let's say it opens in September and your event's just right around the corner, if you are awarded, there could be some of your expenses that you could get reimbursed for after that. Which might also just help with, if you're trying to have this an annual ongoing building kind of event, you can build in a little bit of operational resiliency there. Additionally, our Office of Indian Country Economic Development often gets requests from nonprofit community events that serve our tribal communities or that are native led. And so you could always put in a submission to the Department of Commerce requesting a sponsorship level. It just is very important that you designate what those levels are and what the benefits of those levels are. When you're doing your fundraising and trying to get a bunch of, you know, gold, silver, however you decide to organize that. Additionally, the regions. So visit Southeast Montana, visit Red Lodge. They're always looking for opportunities to partner with Indian Country to be showing they are good tourism partners of the Indian Country Region 7. So those are all just some recommendations, and I'm really glad you mentioned Sean Sherman. I saw him at ResCon, and he was very excited about the food sovereignty project taking place in Bozeman and bringing in trainings to offer to get more of our tribal entrepreneurs into food service, and then also Mariah Gladstone is our local Indigenous Kitchen creator. So I think you're really on to something, and in terms of the interest in one-on-one experiences between non-native and native communities. And so we just want to find ways that we can help you support your work in the tourism side of things.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, and Kayla's in Helena, and so it might be really great if you could set up some meetings for her to meet in person.
Absolutely.
That would be great. Cool.
Thanks, Kayla. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Rochelle's got a lot of money. So.
Yeah. Right.
Any other questions, comments? No. Well, we really appreciate your time, and this was really good, very good stuff.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all, and thanks for those that joined via Zoom. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, got a few on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Department of Commerce. McKinsey, you're up.
Back today. I don't know why.
Yeah, mine's back there.
It's a beautiful room.
You want this?
I think, can you hear me? I just talk like this.
You guys?
I hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. Yeah. What? Don't be
We'll
shy.
be official.
Don't be shy.
I never can word these right. That's the.
Who's this? What's going on?
I won't see. Mackenzie Esplin, Business and Tea Division Administrator, so overseeing OMIC administrators that work to the board along with various other economic development programs for the state. This meeting, I don't have a bunch. We will have more for the summer meeting, because we're gonna have some opportunities in the fall, so local participation programs that will be opening up. Some planning grants that may be opening up in the fall, so I'll make sure to have staff here to inform everybody of that during our summer meeting. The one thing I did want to mention, we talked about this, I believe, 2 meetings ago, that a lot of our economic development programs that are funded through my department are sunsetting in 2027 through the legislature. So that is the state matching funds for the small business development centers across the state. That is the matching funds for our export team. So I know you've had Angie come and present. She did the pilot program with our native artisans to Paris. So that funding, there are the CRDC, Certified Regional Development Corporations funding out of that pot of money. They sometimes house our NAVAs, our Native American Business Advisor Program. That's all going to be a big push for our 2027 session. So we're going to be doing a commerce-led summer roadshow. We're going out to communities. It won't just be my division. We'll have community and team folks, so more of the infrastructure, wastewater, bridges, sewers, community facility projects. We'll have the housing folks out there, do affordable housing development work, and we will have tourism. Will be a big component of that as well, a larger tourism office. So we finalize dates in the communities. I am going to get that over to Marilyn, have her send that out to the group. And then if there are any communities or towns for the presentations that you would like to attend, we would be more than happy to have you there. And we'll keep communicating on it, but feel free to email me directly on that, because we would love to have everyone present and ask all the questions. It'll be a good overview of commerce programs more holistically. So, any questions about that? It was very fast talking.
Good.
We're only taking 15 minutes, but I might be giving you guys extra time for lunch.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, up next. Brad, Richard, you can make it? Thank you. Thanks. We have we just want to thank you for all their service that you do. How many years were you on STED?
About 16 years.
16 years of service to STED, and we'd like to give you a plaque. Aaron, do you want to read it?
Yeah, so this plaque is from the Department of Commerce OIS Recognition Award in appreciation of Richard Sangray for dedicated service on the State Tribal Economic Development Commission. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the state commission for presenting me this award, you know. I think back, state commission, when I first got out there without a home. We were just way out, guess, Jennifer Perez at that time was the coordinator for Vision Affairs. I had a friend, real good friend. I was told he's still my friend, Tony Reed. He was the director of commerce. He called me to his office. He said, I feel that there'd be a good fit for your organization to come under the Department of Commerce. Didn't get no arguments and anybody. So we become part of the Department of Commerce. Rest is history. I got the opportunity to see Heather grow. Yeah, he started out about 10 years, 6 times.
About that high.
Well, I think they'll give her college degrees all the way up to bachelor's degree and her master's and she graduated with my daughter, got her master's degree, but like I said, it hasn't always been this way. Been a lot of changes and during those 16 years, I hardly ever missed a meeting.
Never did.
You know, even when the snow would just be Gerald over there. I felt, well, state commission was important to me. I had an obligation not only to myself, but also to my tribe. And all the members of the state commission. You know, I think I was vice chairman for 12 of those years. And one of the things that really come back to me is that we have a meeting up to Reader's Alley. And it was a place that people didn't believe me. That was our first home in Helena. But we moved to Helena. That was our first home. And now it's a little cafe and everything else, still preserved. Reader's Alley was Reader's Alley. But and we had a meeting here. I remember this nice building now. I remember Heather getting stuck in the mud. But you know, it's been quite a few years. I really took an interest in staff, their good staff. Like you have a change. I don't know, my rep's not here.
He's online.
It's online.
Ted.
Good to see you. Yeah, it's a little drive up the road.
Right.
It's a good to get the heck out. But then kind of home out in this big wheelchair and I got a saying when he's here where we're taking time to drive me up here. One of these days I'm gonna be back and driving again. I just got a shot of cortisone over my back. That's supposed to help me out. You know. It's only been about 3 days, so it takes a few days to get
Kick in.
to kick in.
Yeah.
Kick in and then I'll kick in again. So I ain't gonna win no butt kicking contest right now. But that, you know, they say, we'll put you on just before lunch. So, people are probably hungry, look, I better get to hang out here. And thank all your people for the recognition. It's been good, really.
Yeah, we really appreciate your 16 years of service, you know, advocating for Indian country, Rocky Boy, all Indian country. You know, like you said, you didn't miss any meetings and You brought some really, really good insights to this commission. You know, I think as long as I've been on it, listening to you, you know, we always welcome those insights are really important, that whole thing. And you kind of let the state have it every now and then, which was good too.
Stop by every now and then.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Although I want to say a few words and somebody speaks, I've got to shut up.
Yeah, thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
May I get a picture of the four of you together and then I can share it with all of you? You okay with that? Just right. Okay. He said, since you know, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you want to go to you free rolling? Yeah. Oh, so let's talk. Yeah. You're ready.
I'm bold as black.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Good idea.
Break out. I break part of my map again.
Yes.
All for you.
And I think it's a great too. Thank you for coming in. It means to visit. We didn't think we were gonna make it at all.
You must do it.
There you go. Awesome. Get on in there. Do just a couple of different presentations. Fantastic. Thank you. And thank you for just being so encouraging of me and being an early mentor for me. And living on my phone all the time. So I'll be seeing you this summer. Yeah, so are you gonna get the rodeo? You plan it? Okay, that's on the plan. That's on the agenda. Great, thanks, Richard.
Yeah.
I want to take a selfie with you real quick, okay? And I'll send it all so you can have this. Wait. So glad I got to see you.
Yeah, like, they're on their way to Spokane, for a concert. Yeah, what's that?
We work together.
Oh, they.
Yeah. I'm the support for the Minneapolis Farmers Right. Yeah, so I work on that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think yes, to me, there's strange emails, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm right in the middle of that.
Two of them, that's just not something. One of them there is, she couldn't do it all, shoot.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm ready. But it's going to be half funny, good, yeah.
The different faces.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
So there's a lot more things that got for you.
Yeah.
That's so much. So nothing, probably 2000, they've been there, I got to keep it out of it. I'm good for this EST doesn't give, you know.
Well, it's good to see you.
Well, it looks like elections here, man.
Do you want to stop?
Okay.
Say that?
So we're gonna, break for lunch and have. 1 o'clock. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's good. Passing out stuff.
Yeah, that's my name.
Carrie. Carrie, you're Carrie, ready? Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are still having some fevers and shoes and.
We'll be fine.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to the commission and folks from the state and who are gonna talk after me. Nice to see you guys. My name is Carrie Marianne McClary. I am a Little Shell tribal member. I was born in Missoula and raised in Missoula and Spokane, but I've lived on the Forest Reservation for 35 years. And I was south of Hardin with my husband, and I have kids and nice grandkids and an extended Crow family as well. And I keep it quite busy. So I am, well, pictures later, but I'm a bead maker, a bead worker, and a doll maker and fashion designer. When I was a kid, those were the things I really wanted to do, but when you're a kid, you don't ever get to do it. But I feel like all the other jobs I had led me to success in this dream job. I worked in retail and clothing for a lot of years. When I left that, I was a bank teller for a few years, which gave me a little bit more understanding about the banking side of things. And then I was a reporter for Bighorn County News, City and Country Today, business event. And that actually helped me a lot with thinking about how to tell my story, because as artists, that's really what we're doing, is telling the story every day, no matter what a piece we're showing someone or talking about our practice, we're telling a story. So I think all those things led me to that. And in 2016, when my last child left the house, I had freedom to do as I chose. So I went on a mad making dash and I did a whole pro course set in like 8 months. Then I sat back and thought of what I was going to do. And I started in December of 2016. I decided I was going to set up the Crow community has a lot of shows throughout the Christmas season where people just spend maybe $20 to set up somewhere. And I would say there's no better customers. People talk about shop local. Lincoln's really shop local because you can't go to Walmart to get what we're making, right? So it's a great place to start a business if you're doing native art. And right away, I was very fortunate because there was a group of about 8 of us artists who sort of started all around the same time. And we were equally dedicated and encouraged one another. And most of them are still working both as artists. My best friend is Della Bickerstone. Probably a lot of people have heard of her. Sam Kennedy Hunter, Rose Williamson, Cedar Voltel. We have like different things that we're doing in our world, but Della and I are together all the time because we're still doing the same thing. So luckily, Sharpie Johnson, another Crow tribal member, had just started the Plenty Doors, it's now CDFI economic development program on the reservation. And so she was super kind because she saw us, literally saw us, and started offering us classes. So we took business classes, we took classes on how to do your tax for a small business. And one of the most impactful things she did was invite the Native Montana program to come see us. And we also done for Native Montana, Native American Native Montana, and got our registered business names.
I remember when it was Heather Silver Peanut that happened to be here this morning. That was crazy because I had super in there. Anyway, right away, Heather was encouraging us all to apply for the United Way Fund. And I'm one of 11 children. I've always been like a big do kind of person. That's how I was raised. And I really thought, I'm kind of doing okay. I don't need money for anything. I'm fine, you know, I need to take money out of somebody else's business. And then I went to a show in Cody, Wyoming, the powwow for the Center of the West Museum. And I had my goddaughter with me. And she kind of walked around and she came back and she said, Mom, Adam's novels have real nice booths. And I was like, the heck, but then I kind of like look at it, I was like, I think she's right. And like the following week, I had applied to a jury art show in Billings, Montana, and I got rejected. And the reviewer said, we love your work, but your booth is not up to par for our event. And I was like, oh, okay, where do I get the paperwork for this grant? I gotta figure this out. So the first thing I did with the grant, I was so lucky because Flying Doors had people come in and help us. And at that time, they were still working really closely with the Native American Development Corporation and another Little Shell tribal member, Tim Artke, was the advisor for Little Shell. And he offered me a lot of advice and I remember one night I was like, man, I don't understand what this is, Tim, what am I doing? He gave me a number and I called my cell phone. It was in a hotel or God knows where in like northern Montana. He was like, Carrie, what we're talking about here is capital. And I was like, capital? What's capital, right? So I learned a lot from Tim and I learned a lot and I got through the process. I asked for $5,000. I was generously given $7,500. And with my business plan, my important thought was most important thing is to get my booth in order. So I purchased an industrial strength, beautiful light awning that I still bring to Chicago. And I'm still using, and beautiful tables that I'm still using, display items I'm still using. Bought yards and yards of dish canvas to make tablecloths and my tables like fitted real fancy. At the time, I didn't realize the biggest thing that I did was I paid for the little farm girl in the road to make me a logo digitized. And she charged me $30, and now I think about it, that's awesome. And she also set up my website for $125, which is really cool. So what happened was, yeah, I had a great booth. Now I could get into shows and people kind of give it a different level of respect and they come into your booth. But it also really built confidence. And I didn't realize I needed that. And it really changed how other artists acted towards me and keep my thoughts to me. I remember the next year when I was at Cody Powell, a really great leader came in and he said, no, Gary, it's time that you start just using cut beads, no more seed beads. So, my gosh, they're so expensive. I wasn't sure if I could do that, but I took his advice because it would be really rude not to take the advice of somebody that good. And, but I know he would have talked to me, you know what I mean? Like it kind of took my level up. So then in the end, the website and the logo were really key because as I started to apply for more art shows and more opportunities, the first thing they ask about applications is, what is your social media? And the second thing is, what's your website? And I don't think I ever could have set up a website on my own. I'm frankly not a computer girl. So that was really great. It was something to build on. I don't do a tremendous amount of business on the website to this day, but what I do is present everything about my work, everything about my practice. But people do look at that and I can tell when they come into my this show that they looked at my website or that I leave them somewhere. So, and the extra $2,500, which was so awesome, Tim told me to use this down payment for a new van because my van had 275,000 miles on it at the time. So the new van got me across the country many times and still we're at 212. So if anybody has money for a new van, I'm worried about going to the global in Indianapolis this year. Anyway, so I just thought I was on top of the world. Everything was going really well. I was getting orders and I was getting into these jury art shows, which is kind of what you need to do to build your art career. I started an online feeding group 2018. that was going really well too. And then, I kind of sensed that I was growing out of my room. My sons, they got moved out at 25 house. I had a small room. But I was growing out of the room, there just wasn't enough room. And I started to think, how do I could like take half of the barn or how I could put it in the garage? Because he takes second looks at my little 4-H camper that we used for 4-H fair when the kids were little, like I just didn't know what to do. And, I think right before the pandemic, Luke Robinson, who was then at the fund, called me. And, his father comes to work with my husband, so I kind of knew who he was. And he said, I just want to know how your business is going. What are you up to? What's working? What's not working? And we had a really nice chat. And he said, well, what do you want to do? I said, well, I kind of think I want to build a studio and have like a permanent retail area. I think that would be cool and helpful. And I think having more space would really help with my art practice. And he said, why don't you should apply for the grants again? And I was like, well, can you do it twice? He said, so he sent me all the paperwork and then he told me my contact with the tribe was Brian. I don't remember his last name, but he was very helpful. He went over we had to do an Excel spreadsheet this time. The second time was more complicated. And I didn't know how to run Excel. And I remember I sent it to him like 2 or 3 days before the grant was due. And he called me and he was like, yo, girl, I don't know what you've done with these cells. I don't have time to teach you Excel. I'm just gonna fix it for you and I'll tell you what we're doing. And I said, okay, great. So again, I had so much help. It was really great. Rewrote my business plan and I learned at that time that rewriting a business plan every 2 or 3 years is so awesome for you. You should really refocus me and really make me think about what I wanted to do. And one of the reasons I wanted a bigger space was I wanted to think about doing merchandise. So just like I was showing, just handing out my stickers, keychains and magnets. You know, fine artists who are doing paintings, they make prints, they sell, you know, gift cards, they sell stationery, they sell, you know, copies of their prints. As a bead worker, you don't really have, you know, I've had 2 hands, I can only do so much beadwork, I always say that. So I learned I can take photographs of my beadwork and go from there, but I wanted to be able to do some of that myself. And obviously you start to need more storage areas, get serious. So I started looking things up, I did a lot of research and was looking at prefab buildings. Realized I was gonna need a lot more money than the Indian Equity Grant had to offer me, but it was still a really good base point to start with. So I applied for 2 other grants that year, and I can't remember what the one that I didn't get was, obviously, that I don't remember what it was, but the one that I got was the Business Leaders First Peoples grant, which was great. It was $7,500, and that's out of Rapid City, South Dakota. Generally, that grant comes with a cohort of training where you travel to Rapid City, get a lot of business training, and that was kind of the thing I was most excited about. But because of the pandemic, we didn't get to do that, and they weren't able to pivot fast enough to do so, unfortunately, but still, funding helped. Went to my bank and said, you know, here's what I'm trying to do. I had to turn in my business plan, I had to show them my plans for the building, and they agreed to give me a loan if I got the grants. So luckily, I got the grant with Brian's help. And, it was $17,777. I think that year you must have split it in 30s exactly, and everybody that applied, which is totally fair and cool. And, I was able to purchase the building. And so my building, boy, I went back and forth with that poor guy. I remember one day, the last day before I paid him, and we finalized everything. I realized if I added 5 more feet, it was only gonna be another $4,000. And I was like, wow, that doesn't seem like that much for 5 feet. And he was like, well, I said, what do you think? He's poor guy, he's ready to sell the building. He goes, well, I've never had anybody complain that it was too small. I said, all right, let's do it. So I added 1 more window, added 5 more feet, and I think my building, I had to go back and look at people were, it was 26,000 something. And then, oh, okay, good, shut it up.
Okay, this is good. So this is how I started. So I'm a thrifter girl. This is a Mary Kay Cosmetics tray that consultants have that they set all their makeup in that I thrifted. And it had a little lid to it. And this is 2016. And I thrifted a computer laptop bag and I packed that with me everywhere I went. And I did a lot of jewelry in there. And I used to do luggage tags too. It's kind of funny to look at that. But this does have my signature piece, which is I do a lot of beading with tooled leather, either recycled belts or purses. Next. And this is one of the first times I got to invited to a museum show at the Riverton Museum in Bickford, Wyoming, and I was trying to finish, I did a belt, it had that buckle, but it also had 7 matching conches to it, and that's my oldest grandson, Floyd, his lost bag, helping me grandma, but you can see how packed we are in that room, you can see where. Next. Okay, this is the first booth setup where I was just trying to make do, and then I learned that you're only supposed to have a light running, and that was what I had for my daughter's 10th days. There's the van, at that point, it was probably 260,000 miles. And I just used whatever to set up. Next. And then this is afterwards, and you can see it does look more professional. I'm still using those tables that actually beer pong tables, but they fold up in 4s and they only weigh 17 pounds, so I'm all into them. And I got like, see, I have purse racks, I have a hat rack, I got necklace displays, like we got it made then. That's important at the farmer's market. They let you set up free there.
Beer pong table?
Beer pong tables? I know. I was trying to find folding tables because I wanted it to all fit in my van. I didn't want it to weigh 1,000 pounds because I'm old. And it's beer pong. And now when I set up, people are always like, and they're only 2 feet wide. The important thing about that is people tend to get the big tape that are like 3 feet wide or 4 feet wide. If you use a 2 feet wide table, you can put one on each side. I can have the 4 foot in the back next to my chair, and then I can have another table if I want with featured products in the center. But the last several years, I've just been using this bench, and the husband's like hanging out in their booth on the bench where people come and chat. This is at Western RV meeting, here at Great Falls. I think 2 years ago, but I had a corner booth, it was awesome. And then another tribal member scammed it back for me to share. Next. So this is when I started planning, I was trying to figure out what I wanted, I knew I was trying to be conservative on my, I don't have any windows on the north, is my building faces to south, with a lot of my where I'm at. I have one tiny window, you can see that little transom window, so I can check the barnyard, because I gotta watch Patty in the winter. So next one. And this is all the extras that we paid for. So I have spray foam on the ceiling, the floor, and the walls. And I actually put in my own extra insulation in the walls, and I did 2x6 framing. My walls are 8 foot instead of 7 foot, like a bunch of extras, all the extra windows, the doors, everything. But I wanted it to be a quality building that would last. Next. We had to update everything electrical at my house to add this little monster. And then we had, oh my gosh, when they came to drag, they put across the yard, they cut my propane line, they cut the plumbing lines, it was a whole lot of excitement. But that was Bickford County Electric. Next. So I had this foundation in my backyard with an older building. And I was like, I want to pay for another foundation, and that's a good location. But those logs were really, half of them were rotten, and so this is my son, he came to take them all down so we could add to the foundation. Next. I didn't have very many still photos, because all I worry about is social media, so everything's video. Oh, this is how crazy it looked when that building was gone. Next. And then I had to bring in gravel to even have that heavy enough of building to go back there, and then I had to bring extra gravel for where we added to the foundation. This is my nephew and his son. Next. There's so much to it. I know you guys know because you're building all the time, but I was like, oh my God. This is them adding on to the foundation. I used all tribal labor. The only thing I couldn't find a tribal member for was my heating and cooling. But the guy who did it, I do love him because he's adopted some girl kids that his brother couldn't take care of, so still love Nick. Next. And here it was coming down the driveway, I'm so excited. It was October something, 2022. Next. Ah, next. And here we got met, they were so excited, and I ran and I said, who on this crew? I had a lot of guys there to kind of help me make sure it got the right spot, which was good. Who's a greasy mouth? And there was a greasy mouth in the spot, and had a good clean feed right there. Next. I had to go in the house to find 4 gifts, you know. That was after I put up the installation by myself. Next. And then the first thing floor was my nephew putting the floor, but then I got the habitat humanity. Next. And then, oh, bless my son, Austin's the best kid in the whole wide world. This is him and his wife, who also are recipients of the Indian Equity Grant for a hay barn, right? So he has a trunking business and a haying business and a ranch and works full time in the railroad, and he had time to come and put up their homes. Next. Everybody working. Next. This is Carrie's last line. Okay, so then I said, can we do the trim? And he said, if you want the trim, you're doing it right now. And I said, well, the boards are still outside. You can bring these and start hauling them in. And these were a floor to another building on our place, and I found that stack, and I was like, wait, that could be my trim and my floorboards and everything. But literally, I'm hauling it in covered with snow. He's like, just drilling into it. Next, and oh my God. And it looks cool. They're 2-way. This is one of my grandsons putting up outlets for me. Next. Oh, you guys, I'm so afraid to go outside, but I took that picture when I was painting the other gable, the opposite gable. Next. There's Kate. Kate has worked with the tribe. The ceiling, again, I'm not doing that, it's too high, it's very scary, but they put up ceiling in one day. Next. Lots of pizza, lots of party. Next. And then everything inside, I thrifted or got at auctions, and I had to reupholster, do everything, but our theme was like 1930s studio. Next. That was me building a kitchen countertop out of a coffee table I found. Next. You can just start to see it, you can keep going. Next. Next. And there it is, so you can see kind of everything from that mirror. It turns out nice, it's really cool. People love it when they come in. All my lighting is from Habitat for Humanity too. Next. That was from Habitat for Humanity, I'm not using it right now. Next. Next. We have a little seating area for the retail. And then, I'm on this end and the retail's right when you come in the door. And then there's a closet, and as soon as there'll be a bathroom. I had it all pumped in. Right when we were starting the plumbing, when we were building. It was too late in the year, and I live next to the 2 Lakes Canal, and I started to dig. You get 2 feet in my house and starts flooding, so. Even with garbage mouse, we couldn't get it, so we'll get it when it's fixed. Anyway, so. Thank you so much, Marilyn, for getting me to go. So, that step up of getting a studio made a difference because clients and all, I can say, come down to the studio. It makes a big difference. When I'm talking to museums, yeah, I have a studio, and I have a weekly Rock Your Beats night. If anybody wants to hop on and meet or do Indigenous art with us. It just made me more confident, encouraging other artists and other business people. I'm always telling people to apply for the Indian Equity Grant and how great it is. And I mean, that $17,000 went way more than just the building. It gives you a whole nother, next level for everybody. And so I've been to more during art shows, I've been riveting, regularly. The Smithsonian just bought my first piece. We're doing some work right now. So I'm so supportive of it. I think it's so awesome, and I appreciate it so much. Be invited to talk to people. And I'm always telling this guy, you need double talk to anybody who comes to apply for the grant, or if they want help, or always telling people on my feed, guys apply for this grant. And I started getting artists and residents also. I think it just makes a difference. It's funny how each thing builds on the other. So, are there any questions?
Good job.
Thank you. Do you have any Zoom questions? Good. Okay, thank you so much.
Chairman, thank you very much. I just want to acknowledge your assistance in promoting and being the voice of the new tribal tourism small business grant last summer. And it was our first year, so
It was fun.
we're still growing it, but I just, you
Yeah,
know,
thank you.
I appreciate you helping.
Yeah, we
do
were
that.
handing out pamphlets, we were, if we're in state, we down, we're like down, if we're handing out everything, we're ready. But now we're not in state as much except for, you know, these ones, so.
But thank you for being the
Yeah.
voice of small business.
Yeah,
Yeah, just appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Just wanted to say hi, Carrie. Was watching.
Okay, I got one on there. Oh, how cute. That's one right there. That's the bag that's going to the Smithsonian. That's beautiful. Yes.
Okay, so we have another Indian Equity Fund recipient, 2021 Bike Story Goal.
Just to be clear, I make a living on the mail, so I haven't done public speaking since college, but I'm gonna read from this deal. All right, so my name's Lane Killigle, the owner of Killigle Construction. I'm from Dotson, Montana, just 3 miles off Fort Valley Reservation, and I'm an enrolled Ahani. Killigle Construction is a company that specializes in all phases of building construction. So, we have a vast clientele surrounding our area in a radius of about 50 miles. That includes all of Phillips County, Fort Valley Reservation. Now, that's where most of my clients are out of, but I have traveled to, I've traveled to Roundup, I've traveled to Havre. So yeah, so it's not limited to that, but, next slide. Okay, in the beginning, I learned trade building by erecting guard sheds out of my dad's shop in my mid-20s. This is kind of the phase of life where I was, so I did 2 years of college basketball. After that, I was kind of, didn't know what I was gonna do, so, you know, back home, started building sheds, selling them, was making money on them. And it's like, a few years later, in 2018, I got a job in a shed factory in Bonner, Montana. When I was living with my fiance and our oldest son, I worked as an employee for half a year building sheds before I was offered my own bay in the shop to build sheds as a subcontractor. That's when I acquired my ICEC from the state. Now, so I worked under another contractor, when we started out, so I was employed. And then, I applied for my ICEC, so I was able to work my own hours for this company, so that was kind of nice, but again, it wasn't, because I thought working for myself, I'd be making, more money, but it's a lot more responsibility, and I found that out right away. Next slide. Oh, that's my oldest son, he couldn't make it today, he's at a track meet in Lewistown. In the fall of 2018, I wanted to expand my skills in the building construction. I was able to find a job as an employee with White Homes in Missoula, Montana, framing and siding houses. I worked with a 4-man carpenter crew. I was green compared to the other 3, but they required me to learn fast, which I did. It was a good year in the company, and we had accomplished a 14 complex apartment building. This is my very first, big construction job. But I was obsessed with it. I loved building. I didn't want to be the green carpenter, but I was, like I said, I kind of set my game up right away. I learned fast. I YouTube everything. Next slide. In 2018, my fiance and I had a second child, a baby girl. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment, paying maximum rent at the time. Finances were very tight. The economy in the city of Missoula was increasing, making it hard to afford living there. And that's my baby girl sitting back there at the table. Next slide. We made the conscious decision to move back home to Dotson and buy a house to fix up and to raise our children in a smaller community. So I bought a single wide trailer from my sister, and it comes on the 4 lots, I think. So each lot's about a quarter of an acre, so the whole lot's about an acre. And I kind of borrowed a lot of money. I completely gutted the inside, added our addition for the living room. Just to make, more space. And, I don't have I didn't take any finished, pictures of it or add into this slideshow, but it turned out really nice. Next slide. Over the years from when I first started in trade building construction, I accumulated tools to do most of the jobs I needed to do. Since having my ICEC in good standing, I worked with other contractors in the Montana area. It was a good way to get contacts and my name out in the pool. In 2020, I branched off as a sole proprietor and started Killing Hill Construction. I bought myself an enclosed 14-foot job trailer to haul my tools and began picking up jobs such as flooring, roofing, and remodeling. Next slide. I drove a half-ton Chevy Silverado for work and used it to pull my job trailer. It did not have the power to pull as a larger pickup has. My goal was to buy a tandem axle 14-foot dump trailer for large demo jobs to haul material. I knew I would eventually need a larger work vehicle to carry heavier loads. So that's when I applied for the Indian Equity Fund as an enrolled member of the Omni Track for Fort Belmont for a 3/4 ton Chevy Silverado. I was awarded $12,000 and paid for more than that. Without the Indian Equity Fund, this endeavor would have been delayed and hindered the growth needed to succeed in the business of construction. So the white Chevy that you see on the left, that's my half-ton, 2008 half-ton, and that's my job trailer. And then the Indian Equity Fund helped me buy that 2015 Chevy Silverado 3/4 ton. And then I eventually was able to buy the dump trailer. I'm not really buying it, I borrowed money for it, but next slide. In 2022, we had a dirt battle Davy Boy, that guy back there that really felt noise earlier. Next slide. Business was staying steady at the time. There was no shortage of work. I put in many bids for Fort Belmont tribal housing and was able to complete a few jobs. My work was not limited to tribal housing programs. I found work wherever it was needed. There's a handicap ramp I built, and then up top left is a metal roof I installed, and then a new shower for an elder. Next slide. Now, the biggest thing I discovered about having a business is the work is there, but how does one gain economical, or how does one succeed in economical gain? I was never in this line of work to make it rich, but I knew I had to provide for a family of 5. As years went by, the bills increased, but the business grew as well. Okay, next slide. I now have a business registered to the state of Montana that allows me to hire employees on payroll, withhold taxes, pay unemployment insurance, and provide workers' compensation. This process increased manpower that sped up productivity. Killing Hill Construction provides employment and has employed members of the Fort Belmont Reservation. And that's a process, getting registered with the state. The fees you have to pay, QuickBooks is expensive, super expensive. My wife back there's been running my payroll weekly, and so she's getting pretty good at it. Next slide. Oh, is that? Yeah, in short, the Indian Equity Fund opens many doors for those who receive it. It sure has opened doors for me and bridged the gap for my business to grow as it needed. With determination, hard work, and ambition, an individual can do great things. For all enrolled members, it means so much to have just a break to get closer to a goal. I believe the Indian Equity Fund is a great opportunity for all Native Americans with a dream to succeed in a business they built. Slide. One more aspect of the fund I'd like to include. My father, Les Killicle Sr., was a recipient of the Indian Equity Fund grant, and he was able to purchase a dump truck for his trucking business. And I've been able to set up contract work to him for hauling gravel to a good amount of my job sites. Yes, I think that's, he holds some dirt for me over there. He's got a pit run pit that I've used for my foundation for a pole barn that I've built. Thanks, like. I'd like to thank the Montana Department of Commerce for selecting me to speak at this conference today about my business and how the Indian Equity Fund has helped take care of. Such an honor and a privilege. Thank you. I had a couple more slides of some jobs I did. So this is a 2-bedroom addition on a modular house. So it's already a 3-bedroom modular, now it's a 5-bedroom, but only 2 bathrooms, so I don't know how they're making it work in there, but they probably figured it out. Next slide. That's a 30 by 60 pole barn shop that I built. And then I put a red roof on this like log cabin house deal here and the white trim. Next slide. And this is just a shower I did recently, actually, a tile shower for an elder, for Bella. And that's just a few.
They must love that. That is
She
so
loves it, yeah.
It's great to see these successes. And your mom?
Yeah,
Who's your mom?
yeah, Iris, yeah,
His mom sits on our couch. She's.
yeah. Council member, yeah. She couldn't make it today. She's headed to Miles City for my niece's graduation. She wanted to be here.
Yeah. Grandma.
She is?
She's online.
Oh, okay. She's with us online, I guess.
Oh, Iris is. Oh, Iris. I sent her photos of you playing while you were presenting.
Oh, you did? Okay. Thank you.
great job.
Alrighty. We got. Like we're in the report section.
All right, here we go. Final lap.
TJ, you on?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Marilyn, did you need me to share my screen still?
Yes.
Okay, I am doing that now. Well, good afternoon, Chair Gray, commissioners, everyone in attendance. Hope everyone's doing well. I will go ahead and pull up my quick presentation here. Just wanted to give a quick update with Tribal Business Development Grant. Marilyn, can you just confirm, is this being displayed?
It is not.
Okay. Let me. Okay, how about now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right, well, just a quick update, as I mentioned. First of all, let me just introduce myself for those of you who don't know me in the room. I'm TJ Altacruz. I'm the program manager for the Office of Indian Country Economic Development with Department of Commerce. And my team is in the room, Rochelle Brown, Brian Singer, and Marilyn Wilson. And so, as I mentioned, yeah, I just want to start with Tribal Business Development Grant. Just want to run through who our awardee is this year. And for those of you who don't know, the Tribal Business Development Grant is an opportunity for our Montana tribal governments to apply for a shovel-ready project to receive funding up to $240,000 for a shovel-ready project that advances an economic impact. And so this year, FY26, our funding was awarded to the Chippewa Cree tribe for their CNC agency market and their CNC firehouse market. So this project is basically just all about modernization and safety improvements for these two markets. And so they're going to be upgrading aging infrastructure, improving accessibility and operational efficiency. I have a couple pictures after this slide as well, but basically, yeah, just reducing inventory loss as well and power related disruptions. They'll be addressing those through this funding. And their ultimate aim is to ensure reliable food and fuel access for 3,000 to 4,000 residents across the Rocky Boy Reservation and surrounding Box Elder area. And so we were glad to fund them this year. We're already starting to think ahead to FY27 and make preparations for that funding cycle. Expected to launch in October, November of this year for the new application cycle. So we will certainly be communicating with everyone, all of our commissioners, on the dates as to when everything will open in service now.
Question.
Yes.
Is this the grant that we cycle through the tribes?
Correct. This is the Tribal Business Development Grant. Yes.
No, but like 1 year Rochelle got it.
Yeah.
Next year, what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, the past,
It's not a rotator.
I thought it was.
No. Hey, TJ, will you update everybody again based on the changes that were made? There's like letter of intent period. Can you provide a review?
Yeah, thanks, Rochelle. So yeah, the change that was made last year was to have a 45-day letter of intent window, which should be starting in September. That was about the time when it started last year, to give all the tribes an opportunity to submit a letter and just let us know that they intend to apply. And then right after that is the actual application window itself.
How many letters did you get?
We did not receive any this year before the application window opened.
I'll be submitting one.
Yeah, so we will certainly be communicating that. I mean, it wasn't a prerequisite for the funding to submit a letter of intent, but we just wanted to give courtesy to any tribes who had not received the funding yet to give them an opportunity to put that letter in.
Yeah, see, I thought it was a rotator. That's why we didn't submit anything. My bad. But.
I see. Yeah, sorry for the confusion there. I should have clarified. Thanks, Rochelle.
That's my fault.
So TJ, just to clarify then, so if an award goes to a tribe, are they ruled out the next year, or they can apply and if no other applications go in?
That's correct. They can apply again the next year, but our intention through that letter of intent window is to, if there's any tribes who haven't received it before, or if it's been a long time, we want to give priority there. All right. So just a couple of quick pictures. So the agency market here, this is one of the markets that will be receiving infrastructure updates. And so, yeah, you can kind of see a glimpse of just kind of what the storefront looks like when you walk in. Yeah, just excited to see what they'll be doing with the funding. I know there was a really nice news piece that came out in regards to this award. And so this is one of the pictures. And then here is the CNC Firehouse Market, just the storefront entrance. And so this is the other market that will be receiving updates through the funding. Any other questions on Tribal Business Development Grant before I touch on MCA 91-105? Okay, perfect.
This is Delina. And so CNC, I mean, forgive me, I haven't visited, but so it's for shovel ready, so it's an existing building getting additional infrastructure assistance, not shovel ready building to start up, right? It's just, I mean, it's existing.
It's existing. Correct.
Thank you, that's all I was wondering.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just lightly also touch on MCA statute 91-105. So for those of you in the room who aren't familiar with this statute, formerly we used to always refer to it as House Bill 19. It's in statute now, obviously. And so for our new commissioners, a key component of this statute is to develop a system for the gathering of data, allowing the departments to quantify on an ongoing basis the economic contributions of the tribes. And so that's something that my team has been cognizant of the past couple years, working on developing such a system. It's obviously a work in progress, but some of the recent actions that we have taken are in regards to our own webpage, our OICE webpage, providing some links and resources that actually, Heather, you heard her speak this morning. I know she touched on the Survey of Native Nations project. And so the actual website for the CICD, the Center for Indian Country Development, they have a couple of really great resources called the Native Economic Trends and the Tribal Economic Zones dashboards. And what we've done is actually link those to our webpage. That's kind of our first step in, again, developing a system that shows these economic contributions of the tribes. And so we'll be linking more to this webpage, in coming months. But I just wanted to show a glimpse of what that webpage looks like. So when you actually go to the Commerce webpage, and specifically under our OICE webpage, there's a tab called Tribal Economic Data Resources. And this will be the landing spot for information, resources, and links that point to that statute. So yeah, you can see if you actually go to the webpage, you'll see the Native Economic Trends and Tribal Economic Zones. Those are clickable links. Any further questions? This is actually the end of my update. So pretty quick, but.
Don't have any questions? I think we're good. Thanks, TJ.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, up next, travel tourism.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thanks for hanging in there. I'm Rochelle Brown, Tribal Tourism Officer at the Department of Commerce in the Office of Indian Country. I oversee Indian Country Tourism Region 7. And through my program, I work to elevate the brand of Indian Country, expand the opportunities to our tribal citizens. And
What's Region 7?
we're the 7th region, so
Oh, you
there's
have it? Oh, okay.
that, so as of 2017.
It's always been called Regions.
Yep,
Oh,
yep,
who knew?
yep. So once Indian Country was added in the mix and the Stead Indian Country region was established as Region 7. So
Why not
yeah,
just Indian Country tourism?
yeah.
Well,
Well, it is. Yeah, tribal tourism, Indian Country, we,
should call it Region 8 since there's 8 tribes.
sure. Okay, well, you can always propose that.
Just throwing it out
So
there.
there'd be 6, there'd be no 7, but then we go to 8.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
8 tribes.
All right.
Just so you know,
Yeah.
7 just for the incremental 7.
It's locked up. Oh,
This is
gosh.
shown.
Yay. Okay,
This is right. Yeah.
okay. That's good. Just, yeah, okay, that works.
Remember
Yeah,
7.
thank goodness. Yeah, that's great. Cause then I wish I would have printed my notes, as we're going analog people, right? Anyhow, so, just want to give you an update on some things going on, and because we have lost the quorum of the commission, you won't be able to vote on my stuff today. So I want to give you a preview of what I'm going to be asking for you to think about and then vote at the next meeting, provided that we have a quorum. It's really important for my work to be supported by the commission because I answer to you.
So
Yes.
next time we'll have you go first while we have a quorum.
I would love that. Thank you. Okay, so, just a quick little review. We went to, ResCon this year. It was our first time going to the Reservation Economic Summit. It was down in Las Vegas. Our whole team attended. And, there's an app that's developed out of, Visit Native Nevada. And it's something that we're looking at for the future for Indian country. Whether it happens under the Tribal Tourism Program or it happens under the Montana Indigenous Tourism Trail Project pilot grant. So we're looking at all of us shaping the future of Indian country together. And we wanted to, actually field test this app when we were down in Las Vegas. And so that intro picture there is Tally Monto. I can never remember how to pronounce her last name.
Yeah.
Is that right, Monto? And then we've got Luella Grin, Leilani Upham, and Derek DeRocher, and myself, and we took the app to go check out the Red Rocks Canyon Conservation Area in Nevada. And just to kind of see if it was something for people out that were not, familiar with the area. Can we use it? Is it gonna get us somewhere? How can we see a native experience? So, the next slide, thank you, Marilyn. And it's locked up on me again. That's what we do. Okay. So, this just a recap of the activities that I've had this last fiscal year. The Indian Country production went out this last summer and captured, videography and photography across 7 of the 8 nations. Unfortunately, we still have not been able to connect with Northern Cheyenne to get production out there. We're gonna continue to try to work on that and see if we can get some content this summer. But then sponsorship agreements that the STED Commission approved. Those went out last summer. We had 2 submissions to our annual grant, one from Fort Belknap and one from Blackfeet, and those have both been awarded at full amount. And then 2, the Tribal Tourism Small Business Grant. This cycle we received 29 eligible submissions, and of those we have 21 awards. There's a possibility of 24 awards, but it's really important that the applications receive a minimum score of 70 points or higher. So we don't want to just award someone to award them. If they're not ready for the funds and they don't necessarily demonstrate a good plan for funds, we're not just going to award it to them. We're really trying to make sure we maintain integrity and be very supportive of the businesses that get the money. So for fiscal year 27, which is the next slide, kind of what's on the docket. Oh wait, yeah, we have more, sorry. We also this year have done the Montana Indigenous Tourism Trail Project, MITTP. They are pilot community grant, Office of Tourism, cohort 2 recipients. We created a partnership. In each one of these pilot communities, they have to establish a steering committee. And the MITTP is massive compared to some of the other awardees in these cohorts. When you've got Visit Havre, or you got Visit Hardin, or Visit Fort Belknap, you're talking about one community. When you're talking about doing a project for the entire state of all of Indian country, we're talking about dozens of towns and communities, and they all come together. So we have had some people in the room today that have been very involved in our steering committee meetings that we have been organizing, MITTP with myself. We're combining our efforts. Their product that their grant is funding is going to be complementary and cohesive and consistent messaging with what we're doing at the state level. And so I'm having the wonderful honor of meeting with these committees, and we are doing a lot of in-depth work on developing what the future of this region is going to look like for products that are going to hit the market in a year from now. They are advising on the new guidebook, the design, content, image selection, messaging, as well as videography for the new Getting to Know the Tribes or Visit Blackfeet, Visit Little Shell videos that will be at visitmt.com. We also have a summit that's coming up on Monday and Tuesday. This will be a summit that will be a combination of Little Shell, Rocky Boy, and Fort Belknap steering committees. These are a group of individuals. We're going to spend 2 days intensively doing a whole lot of different exercises. We're going to rip up guidebooks. We're going to create vision boards. We're going to be doing some message and copy highlighting businesses, what should be promoted, where do we want to steer visitation, where do we want to maybe not promote areas so that they are protected for the benefit of the citizens and not necessarily get overrun and overloved by being overshared. So just definitely trying to thread the needle on all of these different issues around tourism. At the same time, I'm just trying to be a good partner in the IT, the MITTP, and their need for data collection. So ITRR, as I've updated this commission before, this is the Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research. They have 2 research projects they've been contracted to do. One of them is one we've talked about with them before in previous state commission meetings, and it's the economic contributions of the tribe to tourism in the state. The second one is what they got contracted to do through Department of Commerce, which is to get a baseline measure on these grant awardees, the MITTP and other pilot big money awardees, do a community assessment with the steering committee, turn that into a non-resident survey, deploy that within the first year of the grant, get a baseline measure, and then repeat it in about 4 to 5 years. So it does not directly involve me, but as a partner, I'm trying to assist in getting the word out, helping to communicate it, and to facilitate the collection of this data. And then we also have our international program with Office of Tourism and Marketing. The International asked me to do a presentation to them to promote to international booking agents, the markets the state is directing Native tourism towards. So towards the end here, I'll just do a very brief overview of what I'm showing to the international audience. So you have an idea of kind of where we're starting. We don't have our full brand, our new stuff yet. So I got to kind of work with what we currently have as a bridge before we go into the big push next year. And then the conferences that I attended this year as well. And then next slide is for 27. And I think I had to break it into 2 slides, but I'll try to be quick here. So our production continues. These summits are going to help identify where we need more content. In the spring is where we are meeting with the steering committees and we're working on the design of the new guidebook. I have a vote request, if we don't those. I am asking for the support of the state commission on the money that I'd like to spend on the advertising campaign. And that is also for the sponsorship agreements that are for the next year, summer 2027. This year, I had enough money in my budget to do a sponsorship agreement for each nation at a $10,000 level. And it's all depending on 2 things: funding, how much money we're collecting, and if we've got the money that we can contract. And secondly, if I have the support of leadership within my department to be able to move forward with that. So what happens first is getting the support and the encouragement of the state commission, and then I bring that back home to the home office and talk with leadership and see, look at the budgets, and we see if that's a priority that the department wants to support. And then we have changes to guidelines for both the tribal tourism grant, which is the annual grant, and the small business grant. So you'll see in here, I think we have the notes on the agenda. For the tribal tourism grant, this one I know you cannot vote on today. I'm just asking you to think about this. My guidelines have to be finalized with legal by the end of August. So when we come together in August, I'm going to have, if you guys approve these changes, I will have to go very quickly to get them in place before the cycle opens October 1st for both of these grant programs. Similar to other changes that were recommended at past state commission meetings. Increase the maximum award amount and reduce the match requirement. So right now for the tribal tourism grant, the max award a tribe can get is $50,000 and they're required to match 50%. I am requesting for your consideration, I know you're not voting today, but to think about this, or maybe the next meeting we talk about what might be an appropriate change. that I could actually potentially award a nation the full amount. 100,000, 120,000, 150,000, just depends on how much bid tax is in there every year, it varies. And that we reduce the match amount to a 20% minimum. And that just gives more money for the tribes to work with, and I think it's also addressing where we might be having some budget shortfalls in the coming years with economic conditions and changes that are going from the federal level that are affecting the bottom line of monies available at the tribal government level. Any thoughts initially on that? Anyone see a concern that maybe I need to tweak that for a vote next time, or do you like the idea of maybe doing that?
Oh, yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great. And then the next one on the tribal tourism, small business grant. This was discussed a little bit around changes at Indian Equity Fund, and I do not know Brian's gonna be updating you. I'm not sure if these are gonna be on the docket for his program. But some of the guidelines I think might need to be tweaked for my tribal tourism small business. We could award more than $10,000, and if we do, they would have to have some matching to it. So a $10,000 award or less, no match required. But if you wanted me to raise the threshold of the dollar amount beyond 10,000, a match would be required. And so I'm asking for you to think about what that match requirement should be, dollar to dollar, just like Indian Equity Fund, a 50%, a 20%, something in that range. Also, should applicants be able to get back-to-back awards? We have allowed it for this last 2 cycles. We'd rather get the money out to businesses rather than have it not be utilized because we didn't have enough applicants or enough eligible applicants. But going forward, as we start to build more interest in the program, would you like there to be a pause so that the same business can't get awarded 2 times in a row? Or not be allowed to apply and get awarded from Brian's program, Indian Equity Fund, and my program in the same cycle? So these are some things that I think are important for us to consider, the pluses and minuses of that and what your thoughts are. And then another part of it is eligibility. Right now I have, we are only eligible for enrolled tribal citizens of a Montana tribe. We did receive 2 stellar submissions from tribal descendants, but they don't qualify. So I'm not able to even review and score them because they don't meet the minimum requirement for the program. So we kind of come back to this question about, eligibility, enrollment, descendancy. Unilaterally, if you were able to vote today, it wouldn't make the final decision. I have to still move it up. It might even go all the way to the governor for consideration, because this could have an impact on other programs. But we do know that the Institutes of Health, National, like Indian Health, descendancy is covered. And so I think that there's some precedent in which descendancy is allowed. Another consideration is that when you expand the pool of potential eligible applicants, you do dilute the statistical probability of getting awarded because you increase the pool of applicants, and then you do increase the workload on us as staff to administer, process for, and evaluate. So please be thinking about recommendations of how we can make this beneficial to the applicants and to the community and the businesses, but also manageable on our end.
I just had a comment, Chairman, Rochelle, but also in that matrix of calculation, when you increase a pool of availability, you also need to also consider increasing the amount available too. And I know that we're strapped, like with a cap now.
Yeah.
But just how like you should, it's worth also up the chain and then down the chain to look at it. Because I think one of the main things is not about too much who gets what, how often, what tribe gets it, but more importantly, how many businesses are being able to get leveraged up into a better sustainable position
Yes.
You know, and I think that's kind of what our real goal is, right? So I just wanted to throw that out there, that that's all also gotta be part of the matrix.
Good.
Sometimes the more you invest in a very, something that's gonna give you good positive outcomes to change the economy in Montana is also, a good investment.
Has a growth.
Yes.
Has a growth.
And it might not be
multiplier.
much, it might be just a little bit more, it might not be much. But I think that that also needs to be looked at, because that's what we're about here, as representatives, is looking at that ultimate effectuation and change.
Good, good. Thank you so much. Yes. Any other thoughts on just the grant, changes to the grants? I think hopefully you're seeing that it might be worth revisiting before we go into the next cycle, solidifying guidelines.
Just have one quick question,
Yeah.
just for clarification on the small business grant, where you're talking about allowing over a $10,000 award
Yeah.
with a match. Are you looking at that match being on anything above the 10,000, or if they apply that it's for the whole amount compared to those that if they apply for less than 10,000 or hit that point?
Right. I see what you're saying. Like if they're asking for 11,000.
Yeah.
That they would only need to match the 1,000, not the 11,000.
Yeah, I just was wondering, because
Yeah.
is there kind of a cliff of?
See, this is where I love your ideas. This is where I love your critical eyes on this and your recommendations, because if I bring those recommendations to leadership, they're like, well, this is what the STEP Commission has voted and wants to do, then the most likely it's gonna carry a lot more weight than if I just kind of came up with the idea.
Well, I mean, all of you work with these businesses so much more of, is that a deterrent to them?
I think it
mean,
can.
obviously they have some capital or they have some investment that they're putting into these. But is it a deterrent for them to go over that 10,000 or not? I'd love to hear this.
Yeah, I think the other issue that I know that Brian probably can speak to when he comes up is match quality. You know, we don't want people just throwing stuff at the wall to try to meet the requirement, and that's really stressful for people. It's tough for us to verify too. We have to verify all this stuff is confirmed and accurate. So, maybe it is maybe in increments. If they're asking for 15,000, then maybe the match is that full 5,000. Or if they're trying to go for 20, then maybe it's got to be $1 for dollar for the whole amount. There's some things to consider there. Cool. Okay, and then I will just go through the last couple things here. The conferences. Okay, so this again, all of this is dependent upon what kind of money comes in. And bed tax is totally tied to the economy, and tourism is something that's kind of considered extra. A lot of people can maybe not go on a trip and have more staycations. So it's always going to be a matter of what the funding is, what the legislative attitude is moving into the next session. So I'm asking for you to be considering this ahead of the next meeting. In the event that things turn out pretty well and that we end up having, good collections that support the program activities. And so I want you to be thinking if you would like my funding to be used to sponsor these activities to continue in the next year. I am planning to do a pre-conference summit, a summit for a day with our members that have been involved in the development of the new guidebook and the videos, to come and hopefully at this building, and the day before the governor's conference in September here in Great Falls. And all of us that have been working on this project, it's close to 100 of us. It's 80 to 100 of us that from all of the tribal nations that have been doing this work. And I'd like to present to them the fruits of their labor. I'd like them to see what the mock-ups are of the guidebook, a couple different versions, the videos, and then for them to give me that kind of last critical in-person eye on those materials before I go into the final pieces of these products and developing the ad campaign that's planned for spring of 27. So that's one thing I'll be asking when we come back together again. There is the American Indigenous Tourism Association Conference. Last year, STED approved for STED commissioners to attend the IANTA conference that was in Mississippi. I'm wondering if you want to do that again and provide that offer to state commissioners to attend this conference that's being hosted in Washington State in October. We also have the Montana Agritourism Conference. If there's any of maybe Indian Equity Fund or tribal tourism awardees that, or even some of our agricultural heavy tribes, their planning departments, if you want like any of my funding to help pay for them to attend any of these conferences for additional training, skills, networking. And then I'm gonna go ahead and just skip the International Indigenous Tourism Conference in Canada right now. The reason is I received an email from them. A lot of their funding is on hold by the Canadian government. Their organization's having a tough time right now. So I think we'll table that one and see how things shake out in August and see if that's something we want to bring back up. But again, I would love if the state commissioners could attend that conference as well, if the funding's available. And then if you're still okay with us supporting Beta Montana, Native American Beta Montana, we're trying to grow the program, get more membership and sponsor new members that are able to go into the wholesale market to attend that trade show and try to get large orders. And if you're still okay with us, and most of that's coming out of my budget. But when my budget might be tight, we can always maybe tap into TJ's budget too to cover that program. So want to make sure that that's still something you guys support. Any other questions on any of that? Okay, I'm gonna actually, I don't know if we'll just go through these slides really fast. I don't need there, and just for the benefit of people who are joining us online and the recording, it'd be great for anyone who's watching a state commission meeting to know what Indian Country's about and a couple of slides when it comes from tourism. So here's our map of all of our nations in the new kind of brand colors for the Department of Commerce and for Visit Montana. We're gonna go to the west over to Confederate Salish and Kootenai with the large flathead lake. And in the next slide, you'll see a list of some of their communities, best kind of prime time to visit. They've got small shops and eateries, some places to stay and activities, and some great powwows in July. The next one, we go to the north, we've got our Blackfeet Nation. This is on northwest, but they're on the east side of Glacier. Great, again, events, places to stay, things. Slide and just kind of see, kind of prime time to visit, just because things can be snowed in for quite a long time. So June to September is pretty good. Some really great hiking and photography. They have places to stay, campgrounds. There's plenty of tour businesses and some, again, really great celebrations in July. And then we go to central Montana with our Little Show Tribe Chippewa Indians, who are, of course, located all across the nation and all across the state. They're really coming out strong with their annual powwow and their powwow grounds on Mount Royal. And you'll see on the next slide, Great Falls, if you really want to come for other things, agricultural experiences, First Peoples Buffalo Jump. You've got the Interpretive Center, Giant Springs, we've got the powwow in August. It's in an urban location, so there's a lot of amenities, and Little Shell has great stuff on the horizon, hopefully with the new casino, hotel, convention center, and maybe family fun center. Anything else?
Resort.
And the resort. Good. And then, okay, we'll just go to Rocky Boy, which we have here in kind of real center, north central Montana. And at that location, we don't want to go to the next slide. Some of the communities around here, we got Bob's-Elder and Rocky Boys Agency. Again, May through October is kind of a prime time to visit, but because they are the only one with a ski mountain, you can go in the wintertime and go skiing. Lots of hunting, agritourism, dark skies, there's vacation rentals. They're near some larger communities. And their first weekend in August is a great time to go for their celebration and rodeo. And that's where I plan to go and see Richard Sandgren that we honored earlier today. I need to go and try to find him at that powwow and rodeo this August. And then we go to Fort Belknap. And so as you look at a little northeast, but still top center of the state. In Fort Belknap, again, you got Chinook, Harlem, Fort Belknap Agency, Hayes, Lodgepole. I've heard the Lodgepole powwow in July, mid-July is a fantastic event, and you're planning to have a production team there this summer. And also been connected with some youth that want to get into film production. And so they're gonna be shadowing our production team and getting some on the ground experience and networking. And again, there's some places to stay, some small hotels. There is also corresponding Dakota tours, if you want to have, the opportunity to have a tour that is more, scheduled and with the tribe and supporting a tribal enterprise, and nonprofit. And then, they've got powwow celebrations July, August, and October. And then we head over for the Fort Peck tribe in the northeast corner of the state. They are right there on Fort Peck Lake. And they have a number of communities, very large, territory there, Fraser, Wolf Point, Poplar, Brockton, and Fort Kip. May through September, lots of also great, shoulder season activities in winter with ice fishing and hunting. A number of different restaurants and places to stay, wildlife refuges, bird watching, swimming, floating, a lot of water recreation. And then, their celebrations tend to be more June and July. Then we come down to the southeast corner for our Northern Cheyenne tribe. And for them, we've got Busby, Langer, Ashland, May, September, great time to visit, a lot of historical sites, a lot of really cool geologic formations. And then we also have the Cumberland Reservoir. I believe the tribe is trying to get a business set up just outside the entrance of that reservoir so that they can be a competitor to the concierge that's down on the water. And every year coming up, we've got the 250th anniversary of USA, as well as the 150th anniversary of the Battle of Little Bighorn. They refer to it as the White Leaf Long Hair, and that's the very end of June. I believe they're also they've got July rodeos, July powwows, and I believe at the Custer Battlefield, it's gonna be a very big event. A lot of tribal nations coming together for that last weekend in June. Then we come over to the Crow tribe, Southeast Montana. Got a list of great communities there and things to do. We got Pryor, St. Xavier, Crow Agency, Gary Owen, Wyola, Lodge Grass, and Fort Smith. Best time to visit, maybe September. A number of historical sites. They've got 2 state parks there. They have the battlefield. There's the reenactment of the Battle of Little Bighorn that's hosted by the Reelbird family. They have boat tours. They have their own tour company of Southern Tours. A lot of great shopping and stores, ways to support local, and a number of powwows. June. Did you guys do a July powwow?
Yeah.
Like
Lodge Grass.
Lodge Grass?
Yeah,
Okay.
last Tuesday.
And then, visit Crow Country. It's one of the amazing websites that one of our tribes has gotten established for tourism, and I really recommend other tribal leaders take a look at it. It would be a great project for a small amount out of my tribal tourism grant, just to get a good tourism site going for the tribe. That's based on the tribe and not necessarily controlled by the state. And, yeah, and our last couple of slides, just kind of breaking it down. It's possible to have an Indian country experience at 4 seasons. We have winter activities, there's a lot of high school games and ice fishing and hunting, and it's the storytelling time. So, you go to the spring, you've got tournaments, fly fishing gets started, warrior races, and a lot of great times to come to the state parks and to the national parks before things get too crazy and busy. Then we have the high season of the summer, celebration time, relays, rodeos, historical sites. And then it would come around to the fall, kind of wrapping up those powwow celebrations, getting more into football, fall fly fishing and hunting. Amazing fall colors, another great time to come to the national parks when things are not quite as busy. And the last slide is my contact information and how to get a hold of me if you have any questions. Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right. Mr. Singer.
Alrighty, well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Brian Singer. I'm the Native Entrepreneur Development Specialist. And I am the Program Manager for the Indian Equity Fund and Native American Business Advisors. So I guess starting with the Indian Equity Fund, we awarded 26 small businesses with the award this current cycle. So that's 320,000 across 26 projects. A pretty good range of businesses, food and beverage, food trucks, businesses, buses. Oh yeah, food bus, barbecue, catering, mobile coffee trailers, coffee shops. We have some car washes, towing and roadside rescue, restaurant hood cleaning and wildland fire services. We have some tourism businesses, lodging and outdoor experiences, cabins and cultural lodging, lake tour operators and boat rental services. We have some retail, fashion and arts and e-commerce, native branded apparel and jewelry gift businesses. We have some creative media and events businesses. Manufacturing and processing. We have a meat processing business and a log and wood products business. So it turned out to be pretty good. This year, I kind of stepped it up with the review process and we did really good. It was right in the middle of the holidays. So it took a little longer to get everybody's reviews, but we did pretty good. Nailed it down to the top 26 and let's see. So this coming year, the application will open July 1st and it'll close September 30th. I think that would be a pretty good timing for the application and give us enough time to get everything reviewed before the holidays hit. The NABAs couldn't be better right now. I think communication with the NABAs and them helping with all of the businesses and them providing the services that they do already provide. It's going great. Still maintaining monthly calls and communication with all of them. Let's see. Even some of them are CDFIs, so that's been a real help. The Indian Equity Fund is a reimbursement grant, right? And so some of the businesses have to go and seek funding, seek loans, and so they've really enjoyed the fact that they already have their business plans ready and they're already registered with the state. They have a business bank account set up, and so those are some requirements that I added to the guidelines last year. And so it's worked out with them pretty good. So yeah, this year has been pretty smooth. I mean, I've been busy processing everybody's payments, but we already have several of them already fully paid out. Yeah, they got to work really good, really quick. And so, let's see, guidelines, made some adjustments to the NABA guidelines. We're installing a term, a 3-year term, so that way they don't have to reapply every single year. But I did step up the reporting requirements to quarterly and just a more efficient, more detailed final report. The Indian Equity Fund guidelines, I did remove the 14,000 and added it 40,000. So the Indian Equity Fund this year will be up to 40,000, can receive up to 40,000, which I think is going to be phenomenal and bringing in a lot more higher quality businesses. And so yeah, I think that's about it. Any questions? All right.
Okay, 40,000 is a big deal too, so. that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, we don't have to award 40,000, but I mean, now we have that 14,000 removed, and now someone can apply for 20,000, 30,000. You know, I still want to make sure that we're helping startups and various industries. I want to make sure everybody's represented. But yeah, I think 40,000 will do good for quite a few businesses that have bigger projects.
Yeah,
So,
bigger purchases for sure.
yeah, yeah. Alrighty, anything else?
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, is there any other business?
Just a reminder that the next meeting is in Fulton, August 7th, 26th.
Awesome. All right. Well, I guess we are finished. Motion.
Well, we don't have a quorum, so we can't.
Oh.
Motion, so you can.
We have to stay here all All right, well, thank you guys, whoever's left online.
I think it's just me.
All right, everyone safe travels.
Thank you. Have a good day.